pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Join me for a moment of silence. Thank you. Moving on to item number 4, adoption of the minutes. Look for a motion from the council to adopt meeting minutes from April 15th and May 6th, 2025.
Make a motion that we adopt meeting minutes of May 6th and April 15th, 2025.
Moved and seconded. Are there any questions, comments, concerns from anyone in the audience or from the council? Hearing none, since we're ready to vote, all those in favor of the meeting minutes from April 15th and May 6th, 2025, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Those meeting minutes have passed. Moving down to item number 7, reports, town manager's report.
Been mostly focused on the budget for the past couple of weeks, trying to get everything kind of compiled for this meeting and next one. I was able to attend visit at the Friends Ford site with folks from Katie Cobb doing the brownfields assessment. We're able to look at that property in terms of its potential eligibility for the program. Also recently attended a meeting with representatives from MCI to discuss the villages project, and even though it's the time frame is a little further off than we had originally thought, there's still some coordination between the town and the school that we need to work out the details on as far as that project and you know, properties that are going to be involved in the project and so forth. We did get a notice, kind of a formality, that we received the 2025 CIP capital improvement funding from FAA for the airport work. And that's the funding that's going to actually fund the projects that we've seen come through with the snow plow and the markings and the hangar tie downs. A few things coming up. There's this weekend, there's going to be a bike rodeo Sunday. The police department's putting on along with Barney Chevrolet. And we have a parade on Monday, line up at 10 a.m. Parade's going to start at 11 a.m. And this year there's going to be food and gathering after the parade at Nancy Park for those that want to stick around. And I also heard from the Garden Club that their project to put a fountain in Stein Park is set for the first week of June. They've been able to get donations, donated labor to put a fountain in the corner of Stein Park, so they're looking at that early June.
All set? Yep. Great. Moving on, department head reports. Those are in the packages. Anybody have questions on those?
No.
All good. All right, moving on. Old business, there's none. New business. Jack, can you please read resolution 2550, please?
Resolution 2550, resolved to approve and authorize the town manager to sign a contract with RJD Appraisal, titled contract for revaluation work at Pittsfield, Maine.
Look for a motion from the council.
Make a motion that we approve resolution 2550. Wow. Revolution. It is gonna be.
Moved and seconded. We talked about this at the last meeting. Because we didn't have a contract in place. This is to put a contract in place at the expedited transition. period, whatever. it is.
Looks like
So,
the curve.
Sorry, it's contagious.
Anybody in the audience have any questions on resolution 2550? Any council members have any questions, concerns, comments? All set.
So this is the 4 year,
3 years.
It's
so
the
3 year,
3
and the
years.
final on the 4 or 3 year, all done.
It's.
I know what we talked about originally,
We talked about this last
Supposed to
time.
be a 3, rolled up on the 3rd year.
right?
And that's what we're going back to.
Gotcha.
We kind of got away from that originally. Because there was just confusion about which way we went originally, and then, but when Ron was here, he said. We're still good to meet either time frame you want, and we can get back to where, you know, we originally wanted to be, and. That's what we have in front of you as far as his contract.
Right,
So the end dollar doesn't change, it's just what period, what fiscal period is gonna be paid in.
right.
So.
Wait.
This is the budget for this year, or was it, for this 6-month season?
Yeah, so it's gonna be one, what was it,
Yeah, so,
180,
yeah, so.
182?
It's 182 total in fiscal year, but we had to increase the budget because we had 45, I think we were on the fourth, we had 45, so we needed to add 137.
Right.
To the current year budget.
Yeah, those numbers flow so easily for some people. I'm like.
Oh.
We're,
Well, we talked about this at the last meeting, and think we're in a good enough position to take it out of the fund balance. That's the adjusted fund balance you'll see tonight has increased to accommodate that, plus the culverts and other things, so. I know it's not ideal, but it's. I don't know, we have to pay it one way or another, and the sooner the better, I guess. It's unfortunate that we didn't, have the contract put in place the way it should have been, but.
And I think
I
there's
don't know,
some,
lucky we can.
I think there's some recognition too, that the final year of it was gonna be out of fund balance either way.
Mhm.
Because it's a one-time final cost.
Right,
For the rebound, so it's.
Yeah.
It's really just, again, the timing of.
right,
Just for future knowledge, right, hopefully, I won't be on council when we do this again, but. Is that something that can be capital? Because the realized. Net would be beyond the year that it's,
can you depreciate for 7 years?
why wouldn't you? I mean, you're not gonna do a reval before 10, are you? So why couldn't you?
I'd have to check on that, I don't think you can, because it's not a. It's not an improvement per se, it's not equipment or improvement, which kind of,
It's not a tangible
it's
item,
not a tangible item. which would be a
Gotcha.
Piece of equipment or an improvement, it's not, it's a infrequent expense that, you could capitalize for it, you could start just setting aside a reserve every year.
you would do a reserve versus a capital,
Correct.
Gotcha.
Those are actually called credit reserves.
Yeah,
You just,
okay.
and you could set them up and have the next reval fully funded in advance, if you wanted to. Yeah,
and Rob did say it wouldn't be such a bear next time, because we hadn't done it in 30 years, and. So it's.
So I
There's quite ridiculous-
one of the
ridiculous
surprise
stuff.
that's. I mean, the process is something we all agreed on, voted on, so
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
what we're gonna do, and that's not really what happened.
right,
It's like the
Right.
second time that's happened in
Yeah,
the past 3 months.
yeah, we got lucky that Rob could fit it in, it was, we looked into that, it was done in. The spring of 2023, and ball got dropped, but thankfully we can. Still keep on track the way we had initially. Planned to stay on track, so. But yeah, we're gonna have to take it out of. Fund balance. So. I guess if you're not okay with that, then you might wanna think of how you're gonna vote for this, but.
Has to happen.
Yeah, pretty much.
But we're gonna go, if you go halfway, you get nothing, right?
That's right,
That's the
yeah.
problem, it's kind of,
Yeah.
it's by the year now, and most of the principal's office.
Yeah.
Might as well go the rest of the way.
I mean, we were always going to pay the 212, so. It's just the timing of it,
Right, it's an expected expense compared to unexpected expense.
that's right, yep. Any other questions from the council?
So which regime forgot or did not sign the contract? Like, how did that happen?
That would have been, Catherine's regime. Yep. But we'll get there now and. Yeah, anyway,
On track.
yep,
I remember there was a resolution and everything for that.
It's something
Yeah,
that
we pulled it
in
up.
a piece of paper somewhere.
I was gonna say, I know that it was all in there, it was done.
We saw the two options, we all voted on it, okay, I remember
yeah, we pulled it up last meeting. It was, well, yeah,
all laid right out.
yeah, 23, so I can't remember the
Yeah,
resolution, but it was 23.
Yeah, and Rob had asked me, back early on when I first met him, he's like, do you have a contract for the reval? And I said, I haven't seen one, but I can dig around, because he never gotten one to sign. And so the loop never got closed.
Check keeps showing up, I didn't sign a contract.
So he was actually doing the quarters, because he just didn't get communicated to do the thirds.
Yep.
It's like your 300-year-olds collecting social security.
true story.
That's what I should say.
So, in a situation like this, not good, just for my own information. We do a resolution, we vote on it, we say this is what's gonna happen. When that doesn't happen, what's the recourse?
Now,
I'm asking, I'm not, yeah,
yeah,
then, now, tomorrow.
Going
what's-
forward,
Yeah,
yeah.
what's the recourse? I'm not for Jack, but for
well, just.
this situation, right?
Um,
Cause why are we here and we talking about it? We're not gonna do what we vote. I don't know, Heather, do you know with your experience, is there any, what would normally happen?
I mean, usually things are followed through on, but I think that, changing administrators of the town 3-4 times in 2 years is not helpful.
No, I
And,
totally
you know,
understand.
so-
It was,
Right.
With all the transitions, things got dropped, so here we are, and we need to move forward, and I think certainly everybody on the council is gonna be more aware of making sure that contracts come back to us within a meeting or two after approving things like that, and
Yeah, who's gonna follow up on that? Like, I tried down
you're
there.
responsible, the council's responsible to make sure, like, hey, Jack, we haven't seen like where, or whoever's sitting in that seat, like, we haven't seen that contract come through yet, we approved it, where are we at on that, and that should be like, usually it's in the town manager report, like, okay, we approved this, we're working on the contract, we expect to issue it, you'll see it here, just like when we put out RFPs for work on the highway or something. So it's just a matter of like, there was a lot going on in the last couple of years and it didn't get done.
So what we'll do is we'll set a follow-up resolution when we approve it for a month. Right?
Right, that's what I'm trying to gather on this,
Have a
like,
practice.
what's the lesson learned?
Yeah.
What's the lesson learned, so it doesn't happen again
That's right.
on a 6-figure item? Right, I mean, it's a big deal.
I mean,
Unfortunately, we're working with somebody that's willing to honor a price, it could very well say.
I mean, we were sending the check, we didn't have a contract, we were sending the check, you can say, we said it, Rose.
Right.
I mean, where's the commitment? Is there a PO somewhere?
yeah,
I think it was verbal that, we voted to move ahead with the rebound, and I just think there was a miscommunication between whether it was thirds or quarters. But that he started right in at that time doing the rebound, so.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt he's been doing the work, cause I've seen the check, I've seen the payable come through for it, I guess I assumed that the contract preceded the invoice.
I mean, to Heather's point, I guess it's our job to check that that's done, but I'm not gonna check that that's been done, quite frankly. So.
Well, you're reliant on your administrator to do it then. I mean, that's what it comes down to, it's like the council
Yeah, there's a level
makes
of trust.
decisions on policy and expenses, and we rely on the administrator to follow through on that.
and so then I think, I'm also thinking. You would expect the other party to be looking for the contract as well, so where were those questions? But until the current administrator gives us any reason to think that they're not gonna follow through, I also wouldn't want to trust. If the former manager were still here, if we'd be having a different conversation, because hey, something fell through the cracks, now we feel like we need to tighten up and follow up.
But you know,
This
what's crazy?
situation,
Cause I think we were all in that spot. We were in the spot of like double checking, triple checking everything at the end of it. And we still didn't notice that, right? So it's like the Craig's solution. I kinda like that, like what belt and suspenders. If there's a resolution that requires a follow-up, do we automatically set another resolution to follow through on? Is that, do you think that's necessary, Jack? Do you think it's stupid, or redundant, or whatever?
I mean, what I can do is, part of my report could be looking at past agenda items to just.
Just touch on them.
Touch on them to carry the.
And check the box.
Yeah.
Check the box, ball rolling, this
Yeah.
is done, right, we're.
You kind of do that anyway.
Yeah,
Well,
I try to do that.
Yeah.
If I'm missing things, but yeah, that's a kind of a good checkpoint for me is to go back and look at the last couple agendas to make sure that I can tell you where things are.
Right.
do we have a resolution tracking sheet? Like I kind of set one up on my own, a while back, but it was cumbersome and awful to have to copy and paste, cause we got nothing intelligently from this off, like, you had to copy and paste, and it was painful, but anyway, it was basically resolution. Here's the description of what it was, whether it passed or failed, you know, the number of votes, whether it was unanimous or not, and then right there in the notes column, you could say, follow up in a month with Jack, make sure this contract's been done. Put it, you know, highlight it in red, whatever, and we just do that down for the entire year. And you should have it really for year after year, because as we've seen, the generator, for example, right? Nobody has any idea what the hell happened with that situation. And if you had this tracking sheet year after year after year, we could all go into the database and search and
Words are.
be like, oh, hey, there it was. Yeah, I think it's super simple to set up. I don't think it would take hardly anything. I have it roughly set up
And then
that we can go with, and it could be right on the town website.
is.
why wouldn't that be like a scheduled meeting? Like. Yourself and one other counselor with Jack once a quarter. Hey, we had some large items, let's go through it and we report, and just report out on it at the next town council meeting, once a quarter.
Well, it could be a function of the finance committee, which hasn't met in 4 years, I think. You know, that could be something that the finance committee takes on, that when there's items that are going through, like what's the progress on them, and keeping track of them in that way. That way, you know, the council's informed, because 3 of the councils.
Or maybe even she can do it, she keeps track of it, is she supposed to be at all the meetings?
Nicole.
Yeah, she has been out on that.
Maybe something she could do, she kind of keeps track of them during the
Oh,
meeting.
she has to write them up, so
Right.
I
whether you're
personally
writing
think
them
it
up.
would be great for somebody that gets paid to do this, to track this stuff.
Right, her,
Right.
That's true too.
she does half of it already.
And I'm sure it's mostly done, but someone that gets paid should track this,
Right.
and be able to say, then we have confidence in what's going on.
Yeah.
I trust that.
Yeah, it's not something we can-
He's shown himself already that he's very
Yeah.
thorough, follows through, right, answers the
People
question.
makes mistakes, whatever we can do to help make that not be an issue in the future,
Yeah,
so, alright, good.
I will say for the record, this was 5 months before any transition started happening. Whether it was Jacob transition, Jack transition, whatever,
Mhm.
it was 5 months before any of that, so
Yeah,
that had little to nothing to do with it, but.
Okay.
Anyway, moving, oh, yeah. All those in favor of resolution 2550, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, resolution 2550 passed. Moving on to resolution 2551, Jack.
Resolution 2551, resolved to authorize the town manager to sign a power purchase contract for electricity for the town at a fixed price.
Look for a motion from the council.
Make a motion, we accept resolution 2551.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Jack, do you wanna speak to this at all?
So, this kind of goes back to one of our earlier budget meetings, maybe the first one, where we talked about electricity, and we've seen, you know, some increases kind of throughout different areas of the budget, and whether we could do better on electricity with a fixed contract, and you know, I think we can. We were in a fixed contract up through to November. When it expired, we didn't renew that. So I just wanted to kind of bring that conversation back to you. I did talk to the broker that we use when we do this, and I got pricing as of last week. The pricing to lock in on a fixed contract literally changes every day. It changes just whatever's going on in the world, whatever prices you get quoted at 5 p.m. They expire, you can do it the next day. So, but you got a snapshot, I think, of what it would have looked like if we'd done it last Wednesday. And, you know, it creates some certainty. You can know, what our rate's gonna be for a 6-month period or a 12 or 18 or, different intervals. Those contracts tend to be below the standard offer, but the standard offer changes daily also. I've learned a little bit about how this works because what I didn't realize is if you go from being in a contract to the standard offer, you gotta stay in the standard offer for 12 months. So it's almost like you're gonna be somewhere for 12 months. You're either gonna be in the standard offer for 12 months, you're gonna be locked in to a purchase agreement for a fixed amount of time. Or the third scenario is our current scenario, which is we're not on the standard offer and we're just on basically the spot market rate of Constellation month to month. And so in talking to the rep, that's their least competitive situation because they can't, lock into any certainty. They have to price their spot market just based on the season. Warmer months are cheaper than colder months. Colder months, and depending on the economy, can be a lot more expensive. So and he talks about how many different variables there is, that goes into this. But if it's, I tried to pin him down to what scenario he would recommend at this point. And his scenario was to do 18 months and then give us a chance to revisit everything in December 2026. So that's kind of where he would put the sweet spot. Because as we get closer to the end of this year, his experience has been things tick up a little bit from doing something now.
So this is a futures market purchase,
Yeah.
and futures are up considerably right now. He's saying that they're down right now is what he's thinking. I'm just correlating it to my world.
Yeah.
How does that rate work? Is that a main rate? Is that a Pittsfield main rate? Is it a municipality rate? I don't know.
It's basically, it's a contractual rate. We'd have a contracted rate, for, with Constellation for all of our accounts. Or just all the accounts. All these accounts, will just be locked into this rate for whatever period of time.
And there's a portion of our accounts that cannot be part of that, is that correct?
I'm not aware of any, accounts that can't be,
Wasn't that always?
Yes, 23 accounts. There's small, and medium accounts. And he's got us at 20 small accounts and 3 medium-sized accounts. And the differentiation there is the demand charges. So like water and sewer, when the pumps kick on, those high demand charges kick us into a medium account category. I don't think outside of water sewer we would have any medium accounts.
Okay.
But they're both included.
We lean on Trimmer a little bit and see if they have any recommendations based on, they put solar farms in, they manage the power that comes out of them. Or if they would have some recommendations based on what they're seeing. I don't know enough about this to say, yeah, I'm solid on locking in for 18 months and tomorrow it goes down 20%. Did we do like a best case, worst case? Like, what are we talking about for total gain here? If this goes well, how much would we save in 18 months?
It's hard to calculate a savings. I think it's more, you're giving yourself certainty. You know that you can avoid the worst case scenario, the spike if things really go sideways next winter, next spring, you're protected against that. But you also, if you lock in and things drop, if the market just drops drastically, then you know, you are locked into a higher price.
If you lock in rates on anything fuel driven, which this is obviously fuel driven, you're gonna win 8 years out of 10. But I don't know with the current climate that we should lock in anything more than 12 months. I think we're high compared to where we'll be in a year. I really do. I just don't know if long-term lock-ins, even 18 months makes sense.
Yeah,
Because that would put us at a time where we'd be renewing a contract at the highest point.
Well, we're kind of locking into a safe play, right? I mean, right now, we don't see any volatility. That's like, oh man, our hours gonna skyrocket tomorrow. We're not seeing that, right? I mean, what we're doing is gonna be safe, which is fine.
You'll pay a little bit more in the summer than you would traditionally, you're gonna pay a little bit less in the.
Right.
In the winter, but the problem is if you're renewing the contract in winter, which is what the suggestion would be, 18 months would land us in. What, October, November of 27,
right,
that's like the least opportune time.
but they don't
To
give,
lock it.
they don't give you a 12-month
They
contract.
don't give a 12-month option.
No, they have it expire in the year end of
They probably
every
thought
year.
of that.
Yes,
Well, I think I could get them to quote whatever timeline you want.
Oh, really?
I could get them to quote a 12-month. And what, the way it was explained to me is that, and it might just work opposite how fuel prices would work, because I know in the summer, gas prices will go up. But he was describing the more common scenarios, electricity is gonna go up in the wintertime, because of the demand.
It's more on your natural gas and your manufacturing fuel, your heavy oils and stuff, which would go up in the winter time, they come down in the summer. Cause you go into your refined fuels, your gasoline and diesel production during the summer, so it's.
locking in June for electric,
Would be
Would be
more
smarter.
advantageous.
right, then. in
Sometime
December.
between June and August is usually the most advantageous time.
Right,
So if we wanna do this so that we provide budget certainty, we're now on a cycle that we go June to July. So if June is the best time to lock in, let's lock in for 12 months, even though they didn't get it in the list there. Let's ask them about a 12-month, and then we have at least one budget cycle. Then we see where things lie next spring, early summer. And then, because there's a lot of things that could happen between now and then. And so going longer term than that, I think might be kind of chancy. But
Good idea.
for 1 year, at least we
Good.
have our one budget cycle squared away. We know numbers to put in there, and we can make some good estimates and not have surprises for that 1 year. And then we can reevaluate again next year in
Yeah.
May, and then we can plan for the following budget year.
yep,
So at least we have 1 year of that known cost.
right,
That's a good idea. I like
yeah,
that.
I like 12-month, I agree.
Yep.
Lines us up with the budget. If that's an option.
That's a penny.
I
per
believe it
kilowatt,
is, I
that's a
think
lot.
we can ask for the 12, he, maybe this is sort of what he normally, shows as far as different options.
Yeah,
yeah.
He said there's other timeframes we could.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that 12-month makes sense to me, because I just think the energy landscape is gonna change a lot in the next 12 months. I think we're gonna see a huge benefit.
Right. You guys wanna vote on that?
I would like to reach out to Andy or
So,
Jimbro and get their opinion on the whole climate of that, because I'm sure. I mean, like I said, they sell their power, right? So they have people that manage the farm, they probably know exactly. Have the inside scoop.
Yeah, and, and that's something else in addition to this that we could look at is whether we could benefit from being a customer of a solar farm. Because, you don't dedicate 100% of your usage to that anyway, so you could still have electricity under, because there's no quantity specified, it's just our accounts, whatever our accounts are. So we could look at, in addition to this, net energy metering, for some additional savings.
right,
Surprised that wasn't. discussed and contracted at the time the plan was put in.
So do we want to have that discussion and come back at the June 3rd?
I don't think we're ready to go on the rates.
Yeah, I'd like to see a bunch
Information or-
more, just do a little bit more digging on that 12 month, and then like you said, the dead end.
That's what I'm saying, yeah, table it for the next,
Yeah.
next meeting, yeah. That sound good to everyone?
Yes, so, I will amend the motion to, I gotta rescind, do I have to rescind or just, amend? Amend,
Just a minute.
okay, I'd like to amend. Motion on resolution 2551 to table until June 3rd meeting.
Seconded, all those in favor of tabling resolution 2551 till June 3rd, signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Resolution 2551 is tabled. Moving on to. Do we want, I guess, public comments before we get into budget discussion? Any comments from the audience? There are none. Counselors. Pete, do you have anything? Nope. All set? Great.
I'm just gonna say, thanks to Jack. The information he's provided, for this budget is kind of second to none, and I appreciate it. It's very thorough. And extraordinarily well explained, so thank you.
Heather?
I would ditto that, and I do have a question about the memo for the budget follow-up items on the first page. I don't know if I'm missing a page. It stops mid-sentence. And then there's a different bullet on the other side.
Yeah, it did stop me.
Did I have the double side and the single side wrong? Cause it's, but I did,
There's,
I can make some.
I just have one page of double side on mine. Is there a second page of bulleted items? They're not numbered. It
No,
goes
it
for-
actually ended in what we received as well. I saw that.
Yes, we continue to believe that the current budget,
Yeah, I think I have it, I'll make some more copies between now and when we get into the budget.
Okay.
all right,
I don't have any.
excellent. Ms. Dye?
I agree with what Craig said, other than that, no comments, thank you.
Eric?
Yeah, thanks for putting a good budget together and a lot of information, and it's gonna be a pretty good discussion tonight, I think, trying to wrap this thing up, so.
Yep. And I will echo those comments. Appreciate all the hard work. I also appreciate the looking into the brownfield situation with the Bren Garage going down into Manson Park. It's been an eyesore for many years, and if we can get a good option there, that's gonna be a win for the town and everybody involved. Kind of leads nicely into the PPI project, so hopefully that can come to fruition. And it was good to see the sweeper was out today. I saw it out today.
Yeah.
Been out for a couple days, I've seen it in a couple days.
Yeah, slow and steady. We'll get there. And that's about it. So we will move on to item number 11, which is the budget items. And we'll go into capital items.
Page is that,
Page 45.
Hmm. The you're gonna make profit where? Give us just a minute.
We'll do tackle first.
Capital,
As a part of. Just line item.
top down, I guess, yeah. Yep. guess I would start with a quick question, the 200,000, for the village partnership. Whoops, go ahead, sorry.
Do we have like, or where we're at, snapshot of the mill rate? Like right today, or do we have anything, like what's our net change year over year right now? As this is all written out, do we have that number?
Yeah,
So we
so that
keep
would
that in
be,
mind when we're going through this.
so the first, page, where you got the spreadsheet, if you,
Right in front.
yeah, the very front, the very front, and you go down on the left side of the line numbers. You go all the way down to line 77.
Mhm.
The difference in the amount to raise, based on everything the council's discussed. Not any of the items that are in my memo, that would be over and above this. Everything the council's discussed would be $366,502.
On page 3.
Increase from last year, and that's obviously
Yeah,
before
right there.
tonight's,
Thank you, okay.
that's obviously before tonight's
Full
discussion.
year to full year comparison, not the 6 month.
That's ignoring the 6 month, and it's going from calendar 24, 12 months. To the 12 months we're talking about, which is July 1 to June 30th. So it's 12 months to 12 months.
And this, because we did the 6 month, do we have anything, well, I guess we would be capturing the next year in the first 6 months. I'm wondering if there's anything that would put from this year, 6 months into the fall, because we knew that expense comes in the fall. Do you know what I mean? Like, are we doubling up on anything? Because we didn't pay for it. I don't know if I'm explaining.
hope so.
it. It's so confusing.
I don't know what you're saying.
Is our fall year in 2025 a little bit more than it normally would be? Because we have some expenses that we normally do over a year, but we didn't put them into the spring budget, and they got, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, so, well, so there are some things that did not go in the 6 month budget that might have gone in it, that are in the 12 month budget. For example, the reval. There wasn't a piece of the reval, because the reval didn't stop, that, it just keeps going. So, the actual amount of the reval it just wasn't in the 6 months, so that's a little bit more in the 12 month. So that's an example. We did go, I remember when we talked about the public works budget, Donnie actually went back and looked at supplies and said, okay, based on actual usage of supplies, how much, we would actually have to buy, whether our ask as of July 1 has to stay the same or could it come down, and he was able to see where a few of those pieces could come down, and so that's a recommendation to bring. So we did try to look at the 6 month budget, but that was intended to just cover what we needed from January 1 to June 30. Just to cover that, absolutely.
All right, so to go line 75, 76, and 77. Line 75 is a difference in appropriations, 665,000. That's a total delta year over year that we don't have covered in our revenue, correct? And we elected to cover about half of that with the fund balance.
The 356?
No, 665 is total,
Yeah.
total increase.
Correct.
It's a total increase,
Yeah.
665,000
Mhm.
year over year.
Mhm.
And then the difference, revenue offset, we decided we're gonna take half of that out of the fund balance to cover half that overage.
Yes.
So it leaves us to raise taxes to cover $366,502.
Correct.
That's where we are right now.
Now, this does not include
The
the
rebound.
school.
Right, no school.
Right,
Right, so we,
The school.
So school basically
Doubles that.
doubles the number.
right,
that
so
we're
it's 700,000
yeah,
increase.
Where's the? Where's the 800? I thought we were taking like 800.
So that's over on the far, that's on the far right hand side, Jay, that same line.
Yeah.
73,
Oh,
all the way over.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right, yep.
But that 884, that covers the reval,
It covers Sebastopol, Street, Crawford Road, culverts.
culverts.
What's the?
But do we have to remember that this also is making up for
That
the
was in the general.
mistakenly lowering the mill rate?
Exactly,
We have to
so,
remember that,
That's what I'm saying.
yeah, and I think
It,
But it doesn't change that.
it doesn't
doesn't
change that, but it levels that, so we don't have that problem going
But-
forward.
but when you just look at it as, oh, we just raised rates by 23%, or we just raised, not raised, but we just raised 23% in what we needed.
So,
That's
right,
not quite true.
right, but what I'm looking at,
Although it
is a $700,000 increase between the school and what we're
Plus
saying we're gonna raise taxes, and there's close to $0 in here for paving.
Oh, and
Plus Heather just brought up, is the county not in there?
The what?
the,
County
We'll get
assessment.
tacked on top of our number here.
yeah, so the county is looking like a pretty relatively minimal increase. I think
Okay.
you have that sheet, it's, looking like it's going from 736 to 758, probably tick up a little bit from their
Yeah.
latest projection, but it's relatively minor.
But that's not on this number, right?
No, that's just municipal. That's just us.
Yeah, okay.
Did we have?
So if we were gonna send out tax bills right now, with a $700,000 increase, what does that do to the mill rate? What does that make the mill rate today?
So the difficult part about estimating the mill rate is because
Just roughly, like I know there's,
you have to try to estimate what the valuation is gonna do, because even though the full reval isn't gonna be done until next year, there's still adjustments from year to year. For example, from 2023 to 2024, the local valuation went up, I think, 20%. Okay, so, it'll go up again, just because we have to keep pace with the state valuation, and we have to stay within 90% of it.
Right.
So it's hard to estimate.
It averages between 250 and 300,000 per mill though, right? Is that a general?
Yeah, so if our valuation is 300 million, then $300,000 is a mill.
And our valuation was on the back
So what?
page of the
Oh, no,
school.
plus.
So
it's gonna be between the school and us, it's gonna be a $2 million increase.
two, yeah.
Ours,
That's
our state valuation is 439, so we'd be looking at 1 3/4 at 700. Generally. I know it's gonna change a little bit.
If you wanna run a scenario, if our local valuation, increases half of what it did from 23 to 24.
Yep.
We'd be 0.6 mils. I did run that scenario. If we get half of the amount of increases we
Okay.
got between 23 and 24, we'd be at a 0.6 mil increase with the school,
With the school.
with the school.
Okay.
If I were just to put a number out there, as a planning number, I would say plan on a mill.
Okay,
I would not expect a 2 mil, I would plan on a mill. If it went a little bit above that, I'd be surprised, but again, this is where the assessor comes in. The assessor's looking at what the valuation of the town was on April 1st this year. And so any new construction, any adjustments that he had to make based on the state valuation, which, are always there. That's all downward pressure on the mill rate. So I would plan on a mill.
can I, well, how much on that tax, on the reval that we've done so far, we've done 2 years, how much have we netted on change?
Has it paid for the investment?
Have we
I don't
seen,
think he said that,
You
has he?
He hasn't given us that, but if,
We could ask him, but,
because we were supposed to realize those year over year,
well, that's what I mean.
any portion of the reval, so like if somebody
any,
added a deck.
yeah, if I,
Somebody
yeah,
added a deck,
right,
that increase was supposed to happen in the year. that
Right. Somebody
rebound
built
was
the
done.
garage, they didn't take a building
But it was at
permit.
the current rate, tax rate. But we were supposed to realize that revenue or that increase.
And that's kind of my point, is that anything that they're finding in the field
Yeah.
is reflected on the cards and in the system, and we'll get the benefit from
Sure.
it, the way I understand it. And if you look at the fact that the reval started in 2023.
Yeah.
And he had to take a snapshot of valuations April 1st, 2024. And then you compare 2024 and 2023, it's a 20% increase in
Yeah.
the local valuation. It's pretty reasonable to think that there's gonna be another
We will see.
increase in the local valuation. And if it's half as much, then we're at 0.6. The model that I ran is if it's half as much as that, we're at 0.6 mils of an increase.
Okay,
So I think we're in a manageable spot.
and what does this give us with this fund balance that we're looking at? I remember what he said last time. It gave us. We had close to 120 days of reserve, but now we're looking at taking an additional.
No,
No, it was well.
we had, if we had 3 million in reserve, then in fund balance, that would cover us for 90 days. We have 4.5 million
Right,
in fund balance.
right, so right.
This would take it down about a minute,
That'd
so
be
we,
100
yeah, so yeah,
135
it'd be about-
days.
yeah,
We were looking to
yeah.
get down to between 110 and 120 days.
Yeah, he said there's no reason to keep
He
more than
recommended
90.
90.
Yeah, that's what
20,
we
nothing
recommend.
above that, and we're well above that.
And we didn't use fund balance in the 6 month or last year. I
But
don't.
we did in 2024.
Four.
Yeah, the full budget. we did, yeah.
300,
250,000,
okay,
and I think that's typical, 250,000 a year.
Right.
I think, or at least the last few years.
but we didn't use anything in the 6 month. And so,
So we're looking at 8.
The only thing we used that isn't gonna come back is, ARPA money. That was put towards reducing the system.
right,
And just one more point, I think that might be helpful, you know, when we set the mill rate in 2024, it was 2105. And we talk about the revenue difference between then and now. Had we not, if we had not shown those revenues in 2024, which, you know, we're dealing with now, the mill rate would have been 22.5 in 2024.
Did you say 20.5?
It's 2105.
21, oh, I'm sorry.
And so that was a drop. In 2023, it was 2475 and it dropped to 2105. When I recalculate based on the revenues that, you know, we would have used, that would have dropped from 2475 to 22.5. So we just really just
We're still-
we dropped it a little more than in hindsight. Yeah.
And what was refresh me on the exact lesson learned out of this, like, how do we not do that again? How did that,
It just had to do with how we were,
it was a
using-
revenue thing, not an expense thing, right?
It was a revenue thing, but it was basically mixing the CIP, projects and expenses in, and it just made the revenues look higher than they really were. Because it was.
part of that. Whoops, go ahead.
Yeah, it was just money that was borrowed that was already going into projects, but it appeared like it was revenue that could have been used to offset the budget, so it was just. And when Ron was here, he just said, the more we separate the general fund and capital funds, then the better off we're gonna be to not repeat that. And so he and I have gone over, and this is, I think, what you're seeing is what he's talked about doing.
And a little bit of that was the fact that we're 3 years behind in our audit.
Yeah.
So we operated like 2 years not knowing it. If that audit was 6 months later from when it, like it's supposed to be, then we would have caught it. 6 months after we made the mistake, not 2.5 years after we made the mistake. So I think that's part of it, and he's caught up now. Which is good. And that's not,
Right, I think for us to catch a problem like that, or like us catching a contract that didn't get signed for an appraisal. Right, so that's why I wanna learn, like, how does this happen, and how do we prevent it from happening again, cause I don't expect. Anyone here to be able to catch something like that.
I would say the thing we probably should have noticed. Is the fact that the mill rate went from 24.75 to 21.05. Without anything really happening.
I don't know.
So why would it have gone down 3 mil in a year without a reval? It could never really do that.
Well, it went down 2, even still though, 2.25, I mean, that's a.
Yeah.
Sure, but anytime there's a huge drop,
Oh,
you
yeah.
should probably be like, oh, wait, are we sure
I'm
about
saying,
this?
if
And
it's
Going
like,
down like that, I'm not asking a lot of questions. We're on the
Yeah.
radar.
You probably
Yeah,
should, though.
well, yeah, but in hindsight, we might want to. But that's kind of that's my lesson learned, is if I see it drop like a rock like that. Then I'm like, okay, something's
Dig in.
off, or double check your numbers. You know,
Where are we at right now with the mill rate?
Going over.
That's
Well-
today's mill rate?
Well, today is, it's in the 6-month mill rate, which didn't include a county assessment, you know,
Right.
it's,
oh yeah, it was 9.9
yeah, 9 point something.
or something like
I
that.
don't even have.
It basically came out to like 19, a mill rate of 19. Or 19 and a half.
So, yeah, are we asking a lot of questions on why it's 2 points lower than it was the year before?
No, well, because it's not directly half of it.
Oh, I understand that, but it's less
It's
than.
2020.
Still a decrease of 2 points if you,
So 21, I mean, 21, it'd be 10 and a half. Plus you don't have the county or the whatever in there. But which I
we're
would think,
projecting a mill rate right around 21.5, 21.6. But with the school in there, is what you're thinking, yeah, okay. But that also means that the revenue, what we're anticipating is that somehow our revenues are gonna increase substantially. Right, through taxation because the value of the property is going up.
Right, so the valuation, the higher the valuation, you know, the lower the mill rate, because you just get more value.
More value.
It's paying it.
So we're still increasing taxation, we're just, the valuation kind of cuts that away a little bit.
right,
That's how the mill rate went up, but everybody's taxing, went down with tax money.
Right.
okay,
I just want the situation to be very clear when we start this conversation with the CIP tonight. This is where we're at.
yep, that's yeah, it's a good, predecessor to the conversation, I suppose. So. Let's look at the capital improvements. Through that lens that we just discussed. So yeah, just real quick, the 200,000 for the VPI that we put in the 6-month budget, that will go to. That'll go into a special reserve.
Yeah, so if you, papers.
Which document are we working on right now?
Budget.
So budget,
The full one, page 45.
So question, if we know that that project's moving back. Should we talk about moving the funds that we allocated?
No. No, because we already budgeted those funds, and those funds still need to be used,
on,
and sooner rather than later.
on this sheet, we just show the capital funds that we don't expect to spend this year, and then out of the 6-month budget, it's only villages. We just would, be tracked as a sub account. These sub accounts get tracked over at, the Harvard Bank and Trust. And it would just be tracked as a sub account for villages for $200,000.
Okay.
Right. But it'll always stay there until it's used.
Right,
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
not gonna just
And,
magically go into a fund balance and disappear.
right, and then, you know, for you guys just to see this from, you know, year to year, or, you know,
Right.
periodically, you can just see where we are with the sub accounts, and after we've done something, you can see what's left. And,
What's highlighted, what does that indicate?
those are accounts out of the utilities that don't go to sub accounts, that maybe should go to sub accounts and track from year to year, just the way that they're described. For example, if you go down to water sewer, you've got, the sewer sludge removal, the standpipe paying reserve. Those are already established sub accounts. We've been tracking those. We've been, we've been at the end of the year, moving those over to the sub accounts. But when you look at the utility budget, they have sewer depreciation / reserve. So if there's money left in that account, that might be something we want to let accumulate towards sewer capital projects. Water projects reserve, meaning if they don't spend that in a given year, that might want to be tracked as a capital account and let accumulate. And then also water depreciation reserve, the same thing. If that's meant to only exist in a 12-month period, or if it's meant to actually capitalize or be a reserve account, and we'd want to have it on this list. That's why I highlighted it, is because it would be a little bit of a change. And then I just put paving as would be a new one, because we have road construction reserve. We just never had a paving sub account, which I think maybe there's just never any money left over there to do it. But
Well, the paving has always been like project driven, like, so it's usually used.
Yeah.
But I'm a huge fan, wanna go on the record, I'm a huge fan of reserve funds. Just because it seems like it's projects that we have to tackle over and over again.
Yeah.
And then if you do have some cost savings in one year versus another, it's nice to be able to put that aside and get a little bit ahead of where you wanna be. My question is for the water sewer fund, when there's, funds that are left, like in general, in the water sewer budget, like say the revenues are higher or the expenses are lower. For the general fund items, the money goes into the general fund and it just accumulates, right? That's how we get our fund balance over past years of appropriating funds, taxing for it, and then not doing a project. So does the same happen for water sewer projects? And does that stay in the water sewer fund because it's user fees versus tax dollars that are in there?
Yep.
Okay.
exactly, and when you go through the audit and when Ron comes back, going over it, you know, he can explain it. But there are pages that show general fund and then they show enterprise fund,
Okay.
water and sewer, and you can actually see undesignated funds, you know, for each of them.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Okay. Everybody good? We're ready to go into capital, and the first one on there is paving. And it looks like, yeah, we don't have much in paving, so maybe we wanna come back to that, but I certainly think we need more than what shows there, the 122.5.
Well, I think when we looked at that, the 122.5 was something that we had talked about was a loan payment, not a total, correct?
No, it comes from the state, right?
That would be,
The 122.5, there's 77,500, which is local road assistance money that has to be spent on roads. And so basically what I did was, that used to be shown as a revenue up in the O&M part of the budget. I think it was put in the public works category. But it's really meant for capital improvements, so I put that road assistance into against the paving. And that way we can always show, I mean, the state does ask us to fill out a questionnaire and just show that we spent at least that amount of money on road capital improvements. So if we're showing 122,000 total and 77.5 of it is their money, then we've spent all their money.
Okay.
So I did miss a page on there, so yeah,
He did another copy.
this is, yeah,
I don't know what I've got going on.
That's another comment.
Oh, it's double check.
Yeah, what you just read now.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean. I guess we can. Maybe come back to the paving discussion since
Well,
I figured get through everything else, see where we're at and then discuss pavement. Cause it's,
But we know we're gonna keep 77,000.
yeah, we know what's, yeah,
Sorry, I had papers coming out of two directions.
right. Yep. So let's move on to the police cruiser. 37,795. I think you also had some reserve, or some left over. Is that right?
yes. Yeah, and so back to this sheet here, when we were first putting the budget together, I was talking with Chief about what his, biggest capital need was, for this, budget. It was a new cruiser. We also talked about the revenue that we got, in 2024 that we don't always get, but whenever we have an officer who's academy trained that leaves us within a certain number of years of graduating the academy, then the receiving agency has to do a buyout payment to us. So we received a buyout payment of that officer, $27,205. And so the proposal is, if the council's willing to appropriate that amount towards police capital, that would only leave us needing to appropriate another 37,795 for the cruiser instead of the full amount of 65,000.
Yeah, that was with the setup fee.
But
And that's to replace the 2017 Ford Cruiser.
yes,
What do you got for expenses on that so far this year or in the last year and a
Yeah,
half?
right now we have a pending job that needs to be done on it, that's $3,500, and that's for the catalytic converter.
Okay,
And I've kind of put that off, try to limp it through, and we're actually gonna try to get it fixed, I mean, not fixed, but we talked about replacing it in the January budget, the half budget, but the last town manager wanted to wait on that, so we just kind of lived it through.
so beyond the 3,500 for the Cadillac converter, is it causing any other issues? Having issues with it?
No, I mean, it's routine maintenance, we fix things that, that come along, tires, those tires are always getting worn because they're being driven pretty frequently.
Yeah. But it's not like the sedan that you guys had, that was costing quite a bit. I know
Yeah.
that was a bigger issue.
Yeah, and that was one of those cruisers or cars you did not want to depend on.
Right, so the current scheduling of these is replace two, wait a year, replace two more, wait a year, replace two more.
Yes.
Yeah, replace two every 3 years is the current scheduling. Is that? Do you think that's the appropriate time frame, or
I would say
do you
so.
think it could vary or change, or?
I would say it's appropriate, especially when you look at, I'm sure, do you guys have the printout with the mileage
Yeah.
on our cruisers?
Yep,
So you can see the mileage is pretty high up there, and in fact, that's when the vehicles start becoming unreliable, and the last thing you want is, for emergency response and your police car not gonna make it there
yeah,
safely.
looking at that, I mean, your 2019's got
More.
4,000 more miles, and you're replacing it in 2027, 28.
It has more miles, but it's a better car. I say that, it's
Newer.
right, it's newer, it's gonna last a little bit longer than the other one. And again, as you know, I mean, that's, the estimate there is kind of a high end. for the, setting up the cruiser. I've been able to negotiate better deals, you know, from, I think the last quotes I got before, last cycle was upwards of $20,000, and I was able to get it done for a lot cheaper.
That includes light bars and your computers and stuff can just transfer from one vehicle.
Yes, the only thing we deal with now is because this is gonna be a setup of a cruiser. The seats, the partitions in the back can't go into a truck. Or any of the new style vehicles regardless. That and the center console where the radio and the light bar assembly goes.
So it looks like you have the truck on a 10-year replacement plan. Is that
That-
typical 10-year for vehicle replacement?
Yeah, I'm thinking for the Chiefs truck, yes. It's not gonna take the beating that the cruisers are gonna take every day. It's you know, it's baby compared to the rest of them.
Yeah, I see in 2026, 27, that's the year we skip. Do you think this vehicle could make it another year, or do you not think that's a wise choice?
I don't think it's a wise choice, for the current vehicle. Like, if we were gonna try to get it another year, like I said, right from the get-go, for inspection, I'm gonna have to put another 4,000 into it. And that's just one thing.
Oh, yeah.
So in the past, we've
Can
been able to
understand that.
realize some revenue by selling the cruiser to another department or another town. Is there anything like that on the horizon as far as what we heard or pursued?
We could, but I wasn't here in this meeting when it was, kind of brought up that, the animal codes would get our vehicle that we don't use this cycle, or the one we were gonna turn in. That's what I was told.
Who?
It came
Animal
from the
control
council.
officer.
So Russell would get that cruiser? That
Yes,
17?
right, the
Do
2017.
we
What does he have now?
Personal vehicle. And mileage and wear and tear on his vehicle. It's like the old cruiser, instead of selling it and getting $1,400, it stopped the wear and tear on, you know, some of their vehicles, personal vehicles, and the mileage going up. The miles reimbursement going on. So, and in fact, that's a vehicle that we could leave here and mark as a town vehicle for trainings, you know, local trainings or any needs at Public Works, or anybody needs to run to go get parts or whatever it may be, instead of having to use their own personal vehicles, which happens.
So we're not dodging the $4,000 bill.
No, you better take that, it's more gonna insure.
If you do that,
Right,
if you do that,
understood.
I mean, I would just sell it.
What are we spending every year on?
Well, I think if we sell it, then
Mileage.
avoid the maintenance issues and we also, you know, we can put that money into the fund for travel expenses.
100%, and I would recommend, and I did last time, if we're gonna sell it, I would use gov deals to sell anything. You can get your highest.
Yeah.
I
highest
think
value
last time
gov
it
deals.
just happened that there was a department that had a need because they crashed the car right at the same time. I think it's Cleveland. They had lost a cruiser unexpectedly and then we had one we were selling. It was just a
How many miles do we put on these annually on average?
I would say about 10 to 12 at least, and that's on average, and that's, again, you see it differently than years past where a lot of cars were static and now they're, I don't like people to be static, really. So.
I think it's a good cycle for us to do 2 every 3 years. Because that leaves us room in the overall budget to, on that off year, make an investment in another department every 3 years. And, you know, maintain the balance of the budget, but. If you understand what I mean, like.
Right,
you're
I
not
think you
having
gotta be
to
careful
wait.
if we add a vehicle to the animal control, don't get rid of it, now you're adding another car that's gonna get cycled in.
And then we're gonna have maintenance on
Another
that same
insurance, more
vehicle.
insurance. Yeah, maintenance.
So maybe compare the cost of that to the cost of him
Well, as
using
long
his
as
own vehicle
he's-
mileage.
I mean, as long as he's doing okay on mileage, like we used to drive, we used to make money, right?
You went on
And it-
mileage.
Right.
Right,
I think you went on mileage.
and I think it's a win-win, right, because sometimes having the vehicle staffed here all the time. When it comes in for the truck job and it takes $2,000 to keep it going, or you put 2 grand in the guy's pocket for mileage.
There's definitely a point where this,
Oh, for sure.
it's not a good trade-off.
Do our employees get federal rate mileage reimbursement? Is that
70 cents.
70 cents? That's what I thought.
Yeah.
We changed it last.
Yeah, I thought so, yeah. That's good. I mean, I can understand that one. 40 dogs in the back of my personal vehicle. Like, I can definitely.
Or a skunk.
Or skunk.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
But at the same,
Probably sign up for that, I guess.
that's what the old chief cars for.
you can always, the Ford F-150, if it's gonna have lighter duty, you know, then add that to be in 2034, become the ACO vehicle, and then they can have space in the back to be able to use the crates and stuff that they might use for dogs.
yeah, I mean, at the same time. He's using that,
So what's the specs on?
if he's using the cruiser to go home. I mean, animal control can happen anytime, day, night, doesn't matter. So now he's gonna drive that all the time. Now you're still not gonna get out of the wear and tear of it.
So the first responder package for the 2024 is what we got the quote on, is I believe 47,850. That's just the vehicle bare bones.
And that's what is that for a vehicle?
F-150.
Okay, so basically exactly what Chief's truck is right now.
Yeah.
Okay. And you see the benefit of the truck over,
Oh, 100%. I mean, the truck is so versatile, you know, and it gives, almost takes away the excuse for people to drive down the road and not pick stuff up when they see it. That's really, I mean, I can't tell you how many bags of trash I've picked up on the side of the road, as opposed to, you know, calling Public Works to do it. I'm here, pick it up, you know, deal with it, you know, and it just comes in handy. I mean, I have cones in there all the time. So if there's a crash or something, I'll just show up and throw a bunch of cones down, which frees up an officer from having to, you know, stand in the middle of the road. It's just one of those things that, you know, help our staff, you know, do more with less, really.
not that we weren't comfortable with backseat, but enough room.
All those F-150s have a ton of space
Okay.
in the back, a ton of space.
Alright. How do you guys feel on the cruiser? We can figure out the other cruiser, I guess. Later. You guys good with that?
Let's go down through everything and then come back and just kind of, we have the explanation that we can kind of whittle it off, right?
Okay.
I think 'cause you gotta see the total picture, right? I think at the end of the night, you gotta see everything.
I like that idea.
Alright, well, thank you, Denny. Thank you. Appreciate it. Moving down, well, we know the bridges and culverts, that's the 265, and avoiding that. That's gonna come out of fund balance.
There's still no way to tie that into the 200 to our, I thought we had talked, was that any part of that discussion? No.
PGI, or something, no,
Try to tie it. Sorry.
very different, yeah. Library capital, 25,000. 25,000. Anybody? What are you looking to do with that?
Oh, look at this, I know mine myself, what was on it?
I think Dawn had talked last time about mechanical issues. I think there's gonna be some repairs needed and building issues. They're doing some kind of windows.
Exterior paint and trim, masonry, HVAC.
Just do
What's the capital?
Like 2 years ago.
So it looks like past capital planning has pretty much annually, at least for the last few years, allocated 25,000 to the library. And so I tried to do a sheet for everybody looking at sort of how different needs fall over the next 5 years.
I love that,
And
very helpful.
it just helps put things into perspective and maybe look out as to what next year's capital might be.
Mhm.
So when you go to like the second page from the back of this sheet with the orange on it, you see the library. And so, and this is you know, it's just kind of a planning sheet, but it shows what 25,000 appropriation in 25-26 looks like, and then what we know, the library needs to do. We've already actually got the masonry work started, that started to try to coincide with the window work that's going on, that front masonry. We have, exterior paint and trim, 15,000, and then this HVAC work that, is estimated at 16,000. And so, but there's also a beginning balance because we've been maintaining a sub account, so rolling that into this plan. We would do a fair amount of capital work at the library, we'd appropriate 25,000 toward it. This scenario shows that we'd end next year with 58,000 still in the sub account. And then 25,000, you know, going forward just shows what that sub account would accumulate to, and presumably we're gonna be filling in some of these blanks in years 26, 27, 27, and 8 with additional things we'll need to do with the library, and we'll have basically, they look like they're in pretty good shape funding wise to take care of you know, some amount of capital needs. So
I think on the year where we're having a lot of increase, I can say I have a hard time adding money to a fund that's already.
You don't have,
substantially
you
funded.
don't have home for it, like a specific.
Yeah, if you don't have a specific.
Right,
Mm.
like, I mean, I understand the consistency piece, right, and being consistent and earmarking that, but at the same time,
You're still gonna have 30,
it's not
30.
stopping the
you're
project.
still gonna have 33,000 remaining.
right, still have balance at the end of the year.
Right.
If you didn't put any in the library capital, it's still have a balance.
Yeah, I mean,
Exactly.
For me, I think at this point, that's an easy, if it's not stopping the project,
yeah, that's,
Same,
and you're gonna have leftover.
Yeah.
You're not depleting the thing in
Right.
case something,
that's right.
It's the ban.
right,
Yep. I think that's.
yeah.
An easy answer.
yep.
Wish all our accounts look like that, we'd be all set. Yeah, so that. All right, Parks and Rec. Are you all set with that, Donna? Do you understand the, the rationale behind?
The HVAC system quote is, dates back to Holly Williams in 2022. All the condensers need to be replaced. Jack and I had actually suggested maybe we should look into something in conjunction with efficiency main to get better efficiency and drop the electric bill some.
Yep.
Those actually have a lifespan of, what did we say, what they tell us, 20 years? And that will need to be done between 2026 and 2029.
Okay.
Hopefully the roof just stays on throughout that time, because we have nothing down for that, and the roof is leaked. In the time period that I've been director, and the ceiling still hasn't been repaired from that leak, which I'm hoping to get done with Stephen and Ted at the King Foundation grant money in June. The trim isn't an actual quote from anybody, and the man who's doing the window trim is retiring and has turned that job down. That's the exterior trim on the top of the building, the 1904 part all the way around. I mean, I get that you're trying to save money. It's just in 2 years, it could come back around to bite me, you know, if we have some big expense down there. The old part of the building needs help, and the new part of the building is 20 years old now. So things need to be done, but obviously, I mean, we can get the masonry done and do the things that are literally falling off the building.
But this doesn't stop any of your project, it's just, it's not replenishing after your,
Right,
so
well,
this still
stop it.
continues your project.
You don't have up-to-date quotes for any of this stuff.
Right,
And there's no money in there for roof repair. And you said the roof is still actively leaking,
No, it's not actively leaking.
but it
They,
leaks.
they stopped it, but it's an old roof and we just patch it. That's.
I mean, you got. I'd be surprised if those quotes. Maybe they,
Well, like I said, you know, one of them was 3 years old that I know of, more than that, probably 5 years now, that Holly had done, but. You know, I get it, you're trying to save money and I'm a taxpayer, so, you know, what you think is right, you know, make that choice.
Still got
I don't think this may be the only red pen you see this evening. I got a feeling, right? This isn't the only time that's gonna go.
still got 33,000 sitting there.
I would feel pretty comfortable with $74,000 sitting in the bank to do some of the projects, especially if the condensers have a lifespan for the next potential 4 years, right? So the common just. Cut that for 2 years. And we go 25 next year, that covers it by more than, right?
Yeah,
Should we freshen our quotes up?
100%, if one's 3 years old.
I mean, I'm not saying, I'm not,
That's
that's
all.
my answer, I still think we're doing the right thing, but we
Yeah,
gotta,
absolutely.
we gotta know what these projects actually cost, so.
Mhm.
I feel comfortable at the end of the year. I mean, we're still leaving enough meat on the bone of the general fund that we're gonna be sitting.
Yeah.
In a potential good spot that we can cover any,
I'm good with that.
you know.
What about
Good
philanthropy
with
and some
the-
of these things too, like the library is something folks are very passionate
Yeah.
about, and I feel like that's an easy thing to be able to raise money for, or donors step in and help. With projects like that,
yeah,
just as something to keep in mind.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
are we good with 0 on that?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think it has to be.
All right, thank you, Donna.
You're welcome.
65. Yep.
All right, moving on to Parks and Rec, 10,000. That is,
What's on the repair list?
Just above the library.
So are we talking,
So $10,000.
repair and renovation. Hathorn furnishings, I guess, looks like,
yeah,
tables, trash prep.
so
bottles,
part of that would be just replacing some of the picnic tables. At the park, replacing the planks on the bleachers, we'd love to do aluminum planks instead of the wooden ones, the wooden ones continuously like warp. Paint chips and constantly replacing them, so we can do some aluminum ones, the aluminum ones aren't super cheap. And then picnic table, we could do new picnic tables at the pool as well,
Yeah.
and then some of the other parks. We also need to do some tile work at the pool. So like when we get the pool drained, right, some of the tiles just like. As it freezes every year, some of the tiles just dip off. One of the ladders is busted and really not usable. And that needs some attention as well, matter if those are like, a lot of it's cosmetic. But it's just a matter of keeping it nice.
Yeah,
Are trash acceptables, picnic tables, a capital expense?
I was just wondering. They seem like maintenance.
It seems like a,
It's not something we include in the budget. They're overall park improvements, you know, but they're, you know, kind of working together to do park improvement, I guess.
I think,
They seem more like maintenance items. Do we have a reserve for the pool? I mean, it's a pretty major, fixture. You could almost treat it like the whole building in its own, to have a reserve account for that, and that way, when items like that come up, you know, monies could just be taken from the reserve. And do we charge fee to use the pool. Do we have any of those fees sequestered and set aside for pool maintenance? I don't know, it feels like tiles popping up and ladders breaking, those are like maintenance items versus like, like when we had to buy the cover.
I mean, I think your capital is,
That's the thing.
I don't know. Is it the bleachers at Hathorn Park? Cause it should be,
Well, that's the bleachers is the aluminum, like, so. I
right,
think what I sent.
like 10 grand's on
I'm not, so I
Yeah,
guess, yeah, I
both
think
feet.
I had more on my initial one that I sent through, 10,000 would cover the bleachers probably, right? That would just be the planks and the bleachers,
yeah,
there's other things that we need to do.
right,
And I think I had those on the initial one that I sent over, I'm not sure where that was lost, but, that's 10,000, like aluminum planks and the bleachers, we did them all, that's probably about $10,000.
okay.
yeah, I would think you would
Yeah.
So what's
easily do
the,
that.
what's the pool house project, is that just repainting that, or is
The
it?
pool house floor.
Yeah, we budgeted
New
that.
floor, it says.
I mean, we
Yeah,
already
so
did.
that's this year, I think that's already been
That's the
approved,
one,
right?
yeah.
That's just an epoxy floor, so it's been chipping up, we need to put something fresh down.
Rough that up.
we won't get we'll get the bill after July
Oh.
probably.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
guessing.
yeah,
Yeah.
But that's coming out of our 6-month budget.
It's coming out of sub account. So the 6-month budget didn't have any capital money for anything except the villages, which we're not doing. But the sub accounts are capital reserve accounts basically, that carry from year to year. And so that balance, you see it on the front page and you see it down at the bottom, 16,394.
Right.
Is what's sitting in the Parks and Rec sub account. So, you know, depending on when this is a planning sheet, it's basically showing from right now. Or it's really showing the fiscal year, what we're gonna bring into the fiscal year, and then what we expect
Oh,
to
yeah,
spend
that's what I'm
across
looking at
different
too.
fiscal years.
Okay.
Yeah, if you look at our. If you look at the actual budget, there's only 10 grand.
Every year, right, we put 10,000 in the account.
Right.
It looks like they're looking to put a little more than in the next coming years.
No,
No, I just show a scenario, if we just keep 10 grand going, the same, you know, the same amount.
Runs it up to 30, 31.
Well,
Right,
that's-
but we also go in negative by
Because they
2026,
next year,
27.
So I guess I'll ask this question too. If we're gonna spend this, my goal, I can tell you my goal at the beginning of the night, and it's still the same now, is to be net zero. So the $700,000 that we're talking about, we gotta find a way. So if we're gonna spend 10 in rec on capital improvements, where does it come from? Cause I don't feel it should come from taxation. So like I'm going back to rec expense budget. And we increase personnel wages $20,000 over last year's spent,
Mm.
right? So to me, we go back and we look at. Where's that come from? That money's gotta come from somewhere. And it can't come from additional tax dollars. That's just my thing, right? We think this all ties together, and that's why we look at the whole picture.
But that's your expense budget and are the.
It's all expense budget at the end of the day.
Right, no, but I'm saying
Yeah.
that's the expense budget, but we also have a revenue budget for Parks and Rec because there's
Sure.
needs that are coming in and everything, so is that additional wages offset by having more programming? Like, are we adding someone to help run another program or more swim sessions or something like that?
Okay.
So
Yeah,
what's the
I
whole
can track
picture
that.
of
I
like
can
what's
track
coming in, what's going out? But I mean, if we're gonna follow our same thought process as with the library, that the library had enough to cover the expenses that they're asking for this year. The Parks and Rec is only like $2,000 off from what they have in their budget, but that would completely deplete their budget and not leave them with anything for extra expenses.
and they have other things that are broken.
And then, right, and then the following year, you're talking. So $10,000 for Hawthorne Park and then $20,000 the following year for the skate rink and the concrete base.
Mhm.
And that was like a grant project that was done on a grant basis, and it was supposed to be all volunteers and everything, and now we're looking at a $20,000 expense. For that next year, and that's the big one that puts it negative. For the ending balance for the CIP for next 26, 27.
So one thing that I noticed, I'm looking ahead, but I'm looking at the revenue budget. The revenue budget doesn't change from 24.
For Parks and Rec
For
environment,
Parks and
it's
Rec.
the same 24 to
It's
25.
flat.
Yeah, you don't really increase your,
we don't really increase, because you didn't have enough staff in the first place, right?
Yeah.
Well, and I'm not even looking at that, but I'm just saying like. Right, additional revenue stream. Do we have to go? I don't know, my kid's past rec age, so.
Yeah.
What's rec now per sport?
35,
35.
45, 30 and 35, 40 and 45.
I was paying $50
That's why I was.
per
wondering,
kid
$50.
30 years ago, and
You
another
would
town.
significantly reduce the number of kids that would be
Yeah,
able to
right.
participate. $50.
majority of those kids are low income,
Super low income.
they can't even afford the $35.
Most of them
asking
come
for
without
now.
equipment and that has to be donated to them. on
So
top of-
you go south of us, it's $50, you go north of us, it's 20, 25 sometimes.
Gotcha.
Right,
Yeah,
Gotcha.
So my,
where we need to be. I think 30, 35 is a good spot, price wise.
yeah,
Right, like, I think that's pushing it for some,
right,
it's
same.
not a problem for others.
So Jake, do you think there's an opportunity that some of this stuff, I mean, there's a lot of community involvement with this, I mean, as far as the fundraising, and is there any opportunity there that we can,
I think so, like when I put this together, right, like these are the dreams, right?
Yep.
These aren't the necessities. So like concrete base for a skating rink, it's not a need, right? Like,
Right.
if we're gonna do it well, that would be great. If you're gonna cut something tonight, probably that, right? Like,
But that's-
those are the,
yeah,
like, if we're being blunt.
Yeah.
We could really use the planks at the park, right?
that's a safety.
That's a safety, yeah.
That's gonna.
That's what I was gonna say, the
Where that money
bleachers-
comes from, but
The
it's-
bleachers have to be addressed, it's dangerous, I have
Yeah.
seen people fall through them, they are broken. You take
Yeah.
a step to go to the next level, people are hurting
Holes all
themselves,
through them,
has to
it
be
should be
done.
replaced last year,
I
so,
wanted Ben to do it last year, and dragged his
Yeah.
feet too long.
I replaced them.
He's not even.
So like,
Center protect right now, you just got put on blast.
Bulldoze.
Recording too.
D8 right there.
that being said, right, we have been fundraising, right?
right,
If it's a matter of keeping taxes down and us fundraising more, right? There's like, we can figure something out.
Yeah.
I think the bleachers would be the need on that list, and then the pool repairs, right? Like,
Yeah.
in the long term. Concrete base, not.
I mean, I think that 10 grand on bleachers is that's gonna be chewed up. I'd be
But
surprised.
they have
if-
16
Right,
in
you
their
got
reserve,
16,000.
we have 26,000,
Right,
he
so
can
he's
use.
got 10 grand to do the bleachers.
No, I'm saying, that's what, right,
Right, money's there.
but I'm saying,
We're just wondering.
That
do we
combination
put
is gonna
this
get chewed.
out, Not a home, or do we? I mean, there's an active community of people that are
Right.
highly involved in that whole thing, and hopefully we can, if we need something, we can figure it out.
Yeah,
well, I'm saying if you didn't.
But I
put
feel
it-
the same way about the library too, right? I feel the
Right.
same way about all the different departments, like, it's really important it happens.
If you don't put in the 10, then you don't have the money to do the bleachers and the pool,
You do, cause you've got 16 this
16,
year
yeah.
to start.
and you need
You
18.
need 18.
The 8 was
So
put
you-
in, the 8 was put in.
I mean, I'm no mathematician, but
No, well, it,
I don't think that works.
right now, if we didn't add any money to rec, we have 16,394.
Yeah, and the 8's gonna chew up half of that,
Right.
The 18 is what you need to
Yeah.
do the pool floor and the
we think.
bleachers.
bleachers.
Yeah, so we're talking pool floor, we're talking the pool house floor,
Pool house floor.
not the
So-
floor. Yeah.
So to go back to a point I made a minute ago,
Anything in the,
Go
what
ahead.
are they doing for the?
Pool.
There's
Pool
there's
house.
just an epoxy.
Epoxy.
In the pool house, it's not the pool deck, it's in the pool house,
Right.
right?
How big is the
Right,
pool house?
1,000, cool, though, that's not.
Oh, I don't know the square footage off the top of my head,
No.
right?
so to your point a minute ago, do we not have the staff to cover the budget that you have in?
No,
here?
we do, like, I think we're good. Well. I
No,
think-
no, like the staff, the 81,715 in wages. Do we have the staff to use all of that budget? Do you have all your positions filled?
Almost. I gotta find a pool director
Okay,
and I gotta find a couple lifeguards.
okay,
I've got the assistant rec filled and I've got the program aide filled.
okay,
And I think. Yes, right, I think that would cover it if they both stick it out.
Is it still Emmy?
They still, I mean.
And who was the other one?
JC Nickerson, is the other one.
Okay.
and. To all this point, we don't have, what's the 127? That you have in your memo is not out of that 700 that we just figured, correct?
What's the 127 for?
That was the proposed cuts that we've made
Oh,
to date,
123.
123, sorry, 123, 405.
It's not proposed to date, it's these recommendations where we talk about,
Vinnie's additional person, some changes that we made to the part-time
No,
staff
that's-
and full-time staff.
that's all in, this update.
That is in that.
So
Okay,
everything here, I kind of went down through when we were going through public works and looking at the supplies, like the
Okay.
salt and sand and stuff like that. And to go back and reassess, there's kind of like closing the loops on some things.
okay,
Stuff we haven't talked about, like savings there, changing hours at the transfer station. Things we haven't talked about,
okay,
or close the loop on. That all together,
would be the 123, 405.
yeah,
Okay.
would be in addition to everything we've done.
So, in the interest of moving things along tonight, I suggest we put $5,000 in instead of $10,000 in, because that gives enough to be able to do all of the projects proposed this year and still have about $3,400 left in the budget in the fund afterwards. But then next year, we're gonna have to look at increasing that in order to do the proposals, whether it's the concrete floor or something else that needs to be done, with $5,000 for the pool for next year, which we would not have enough to do that next year. We'd have to get some more in next year.
Right.
Trying to see how much the bleachers cost.
A lot.
Is there,
So-
it doesn't make sense.
Do we need just the planks or do we?
Just the plank.
Just the planks?
Yeah.
So that's the right call, do just the planks, so like the structure.
Yeah, the structure's fine, but it's just,
They're
yeah,
actually not that bad.
yeah, it's not bad, it's the planks just rotted, right? And we've gotten some wooden planks and we've replaced them periodically, but
Right.
then it's gonna be more permanent.
So with
But, yeah,
$5,000, you could take care of the bleachers. It looks like. Quick search.
Yeah, I wouldn't take that to the bank, but
Hey, I'm seeing all types of options here.
so you don't even know how many you need.
I was just gonna say, how many, yeah,
Have you done an
How
assessment?
many are at the park right now?
are you talking about doing all the parks or?
How many planks are at the park
So
right
it
now?
should just be the
It's like
bleachers.
4 rows.
Oh, okay, 4 rows.
At Hathorn?
Alright,
Alright, so we-
$5,000 will do it.
let's put that.
Maybe.
now.
Are you good with $5,000?
Let's do it.
It started.
That's what I have to deal with. Yeah, pick your sister.
I don't doubt her, I think you probably internet.
5-row aluminum outdoor bleachers.
Alright, $5,000. You're
Let's know how much it costs.
good with that for now?
I love it. Go, throw it down. I love it.
Moving on
Family feud.
to
Oh, problem.
the highway equipment. We have 35,000 for the second half, the cost of a 3/4 ton. I think that's fairly agreed upon, since we've already put 35 in this current year budget. Although it ain't.
Yep, so, that would be, in the 6-month budget, I think it's under debt service.
Where
It's
is
not
it?
under the capital budget. The way it was
Okay.
conceived, it would be on page 47.
37.
Page 47,
Page what, 47?
4, page 4.
What?
Here.
yeah. Page 47, under debt service, at some point in the 2025 6-month budget process, the thought was a $35,000 debt payment, toward a vehicle. Gear shifted, and I think the town, voted to go with a used wheeler. But left the 35,000 in there. And so the proposal is to take this, because there's no debt payment here anymore, to reallocate this 35,000 toward the 3/4 ton. And that way we don't have to raise this 35,000, just reallocate it from the 6-month budget.
No, that 35 was for the 3/4 ton,
Right, but it was,
for the half year payment of the 3/4 ton. For half the cost of it, and then this is the second half of it, for a $70,000 vehicle.
Remember the conversation?
Yeah, it had nothing to do with a dump truck.
okay. Okay. It was, right, it was, yeah.
Yeah.
It was,
Yeah, it was, we,
Have we done this
Yeah.
yet?
well, now we
Allocated it in our 6-month budget, have we done it yet? Replacing the 3/4 ton, financing through
It's a-
purchase with 35,000 down on the lease in fiscal year 2025, have we done it?
No, it was a half,
It's half the
it
amount.
was half
Right.
the amount of actually.
The only thing
But
we did was the
did
water.
we get the truck?
No,
You didn't put it in
No,
reserve.
we haven't done it yet.
Right, put
Are
it in
we
reserve
thinking
account.
we're still
Preparing
going to do
for-
it before June 30th?
It's in the reserve account?
You're gonna couple those two together and go buy a truck.
Right, we need the 35 plus we need another allocation in this budget we're working on to get
Okay.
the truck.
And you go buy the truck outright and you're done.
Yeah, right.
So we have this, and then our allocation for the coming budget.
Right.
Where's it on here? It's,
That one is, under capital, that's,
so we're talking about line
85,
45
85.
and,
Yes.
No, it's at the 120 roll up, right? It's in the 120 roll up at the end. Right, it's not 85.
Huh?
I thought the 85 was the,
so line 13
Mm-hmm.
says 2007 Chevy 3/4 ton pickup replaced in fiscal year 2026. Fiscal year 25-26, $70,000. We already have 35 of that.
Line 10,
Right.
sorry, line 13.
So the, yeah, there's a lot going on here. So the total amount spent, the total expenditure would be 120,000. We would need to raise 85 in this budget and then just allocate the 35 out of the 6-month budget.
Right.
And that would be for the 3/4 ton, and then it would be to switch out the excavator.
so where is, I thought the 85 had money in it for the fuel tanks.
The fuel tanks, if you go to this page here,
Yeah.
it's a sub account. It's a sub account. We didn't add any money in the 6-month budget to the fuel tanks.
What number is it?
That would be number 12, garage, highway garage site capital. I described it as site capital, but parentheses tanks,
Yeah,
because that's where we had been pointing to. So it's 58,150.
So there's 58,150 in there.
But we haven't done the tanks yet.
And to be clear, all we're doing is removing and filling a hole. No, incorrect, that was not what was decided.
That's big.
No, I'll go back and pull it. I can tell you right now, it was decided that we were pulling the tanks, filling them with a hole, and you guys were getting wax cards. And that, to me, is the end of the story. This $58,000 shit is, that's bullshit, bullshit. So pull tanks, come on. How about if you do the work? Why can't Public Works do the work? We're gonna buy a fucking excavator, excuse my language.
They ain't gonna lift it out of the ground, I can tell you that.
The one we have will,
The one we have will,
exactly.
but that's a $15,000 project on that one. We go over the summer.
the memo talks about the WEX there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see, we got $58,000 sitting in an account. I don't know why we pull any more. We don't have to pull the tanks out, we just got told we don't even have to do anything with them right now. Get the wax cards, leave them there. Take your 35 out of your sub account, call it a day.
We're going to be certified, I think we have to have it by September.
How much is certification?
Huh?
How much is certification? I thought we didn't have to have them out of there. I thought there was no,
We could get them recertified, right, for $28,000, they can be recertified, we continue to use it because it's a new ruling in the DEP, that you got double wall tanks, or we could pull them out of the ground. And I
So
think
20
that's considerably higher, and that's why that was the only reason that was mentioned, is because it was, because we didn't have enough money to pull them out of the ground yet. Because we gotta pull a tank out, it's gotta be clean, certified, and disposed of. This is a new option under the DEP, they were supposed to come out of the ground September.
30 more.
Either we took them out of the ground, didn't use them, or we could put a new system in for 180,000, we could take them out of the ground for 86,000 and something dollars. Now they say the tanks we got are new enough that they could be recertified, we can use them
as long as they recertify for, I can't remember what the price was, 38,000, 33,000.
That's pretty new rule. I sat on the board of underground storage tank.
I just looking for the sake of saving
That's
money.
pretty new.
Yeah, I got you, and I appreciate that, I just, it seems like there's some numbers get thrown around, we get half a story and we get partial numbers, and that's what's frustrating.
To Craig's frustration, I think the last time that we had heard anything about storage tanks was. We were gonna take them out of the ground and you guys wanted Wex cards, which for years we have all kind of wanted Wex cards at one point. Whether it's changed now or not, that's kind of beside the point, but. That's probably where we had never even heard about it, and then we're being told like, oh, you're gonna reline the tanks, like,
Yeah, it
well,
just kinda comes
we didn't
out a little
know,
bit, so-
we didn't know about this, so.
A lot of
It's a
money.
little bit of blindsiding there, not any fault of anybody in this room, maybe it's above that, but. That's okay. So,
So
for $28,000, you reline the tanks,
That's new pumps, new sump on the top, that's certifying the tanks.
Yeah.
So they can recertify.
okay, and what is that, how long are they certified for, a year?
They gotta recertify every 5 years,
Every
every
5
5, so it'll be good for 5 years versus.
But what portion's the certification? How much is the research of that? Cause the pumps are gonna be 8 to 10 apiece, right? Cause you're looking at all Gilbarco pumps, I'm guessing.
No, I think that was a price for, to do all the work, the pumps, the sump, everything was at 20, whatever. it was.
But you need that done in order to recertify.
Correct.
The sumps that are there now won't come anywhere near meeting that.
No, I'm sure not.
So in this document we have, it says 35,000 line existing tanks. Is that different than the
No, that's-
28,000, or is that,
No, that's the.
all inclusive.
20,000 was just to recertify the tank and do the sumps, the pumps, everything, I think is that number, the 30.
the 35 relines them, research them,
And it
everything?
was 80 something $1,000 to pull the tanks out of the ground. Take care of the contamination, the tank, clean, get rid of
Which
it.
doesn't
But
matter.
can we pay ourselves to do that?
Not to clean it.
Why not?
You can't do it, clean it. 'cause you're
No,
not-
we can,
No, you can haul the dirt over to Northwalk.
Yeah, but it-
You can haul your contaminated dirt to Northwalk, right?
Mm.
Should be able to.
So, with the, on that quote, there's some,
You don't have,
because I personally.
certified hazardous material.
Yeah, right, you might have a contract to haul it. You might have a contract to haul it.
The actual cleaning of the tank is,
Yeah, have it back there, that's, yeah.
pretty pricey it can be.
No, I mean, we can, like I said, I think one of them was a quote, it's been 180,000, they said, we were gonna do the digging on this, they were gonna replace the tank, and it's not. We were, I was just walking,
We were digging, we were doing all that. It just, okay,
and that's coming from Samari, like I said, that was.
yeah, I mean, yeah,
'Cause we have a couple options, and if you want to pull them out, we still have to pull them out, because if you don't want to reserve them, we're still it's double the cost. So, like I said, I didn't know until late October, early November, that this was even an option, it's just somebody just changed,
Well,
they just changed the rule.
So as of right now, are we in compliance with our fuel tank?
Till
How
September.
long does that compliance last?
October of this year.
October of this year, so we, one way or another, we have to do something. To have them, recertify the new pumps and everything, or the 58 to have them lined, or
No, it's 80 to have them removed.
88 to have them removed, but you said there was a relining, and that would recertify them as well, or is that? Okay,
It's all part of the recertification.
so which option do we wanna do, folks?
well,
Because we've kicked this around.
I got a question for. What's the opportunity for us as a municipality on the super fund? Is it, you know what I'm talking
I know
about?
what you're talking about.
You're talking
Yeah,
round,
I know Ron Durham was able to take advantage of that, right? Those tanks,
Through.
We have zero.
Right.
we
Can you
can't,
weigh in on that for Craig?
we can't,
Craig,
No.
yeah, I heard it.
I can get some technical assistance, I'd be able to like go through the cog and get some technical assistance, but. To not actually be able to get any money to do any of the actual physical, relining or removal or anything like that.
we can't get any of that.
Not to my knowledge, because Brownfields is not geared to subsidizing the owner for its own stuff. It's for a site that's going into redevelopment, so.
Basically, it's been abandoned.
Yeah, if we're talking about an abandoned site and we're gonna acquire it as a third party, then that's where the cleanup things come in. But if it's just, we own something, we own sort of the whole process, the whole lifespan, the whole, you know, the upgrade.
So do we have an option just to stop using them by September and then clean them up? Next year? They have to be out of the ground by September or
That's all I'm
recertified
saying,
and
just
stuff.
trying to tell Craig is that
Yeah.
you need 31,000 if you're gonna do the removal and everything, we're gonna have to, for the 58 that you've got now, it's been sitting.
So the question is, do we wanna just put the $30,000 into the budget, get them out, which it sounds like was what we had decided before, and just be done with it and go to the Wex card system? It's removing like a big kind of ticking time bomb in the ground for us.
I don't care, either. I just wanted you to be aware of that.
Well, there's two sides, right? You can go upside down, you can go good, or you can go upside down with fuel in the tank, right? You've got 10,000 gallons sitting there and all of a sudden, somebody waves their wand and drills start opening up and all of a sudden you're upside down 40 cents a gallon. I mean, that can happen in a week. And it's kind of like a fixed price thing. I think you win when you go with a Wex, right? You have better tracking, you have better visibility, you have better, I know it's more money now, but that's,
I mean, I use it for my fire department in Detroit, it's great, because you go, you have an operator that has to enter his number, the mileage of the vehicle, so it is helps tracking. You get one bill, you can actually look at everything.
yeah.
Hey, wait a minute, what is, Jerry going up a truck in July 4th at midnight?
I guess it'd make Tina's life a little bit better, a little bit easier.
I'm all for easy.
We can track it, we can look at the actual.
I mean, yeah, and I don't think we have any issues with some of the concern, I just think it just makes it easier for us, but man, 86 grand, that's a big nut to swallow, right? That's,
We got 58.
that wasn't, I don't remember that number being what we had originally. I remember the
Because
number
we've
being
been,
close to
we've
35.
been putting a little bit away for it, knowing that it was coming, and it hasn't been, we
got a
did
quote from
5 days.
Portland Petroleum 2 years ago, it was $185,000 with us doing the excavation to replace the tank and everything.
To replace the tank and everything, yeah.
And that's what we actually.
That's probably with the poly tank.
Right,
Yeah.
and a year ago, we got the pricing on the removal of the tank and not the replacement. And then we talked about the removal of a 2,000 gallon above ground diesel tank in case of emergencies. And then the recertification did come along, they dropped the laps, oh, you guys are crazy, you recertified this forever, and you got a newer tank, and you guys are gonna spend all this money, you don't have to, if you don't want. So, I mean, I
So
don't.
why wouldn't we do the 28,000 recertify, replace everything? That still leaves us with 30 out of our 35 sitting here. So we drop our spend from 35 to 5. We got $58,000 sitting here,
Oh, yeah.
right?
Well, we're not spending
Then
that.
basically
That's in-
5,000,
that's in
5,000 a year,
reserve.
keep it current.
Why though?
Oh, yeah,
Recertification costs
Right,
30
see what I'm
grand.
saying?
No.
28 plus
Recertification.
Plus 30,
Yeah.
5,000 short of a truck.
I found.
And it's, you don't have to research.
But it's gonna cost 30,000 to get it certified?
That's certified, that's line certified, and the new sumps and everything, and the pumps is going to be the 38. And then we have to recertify every 5 years, so that'll be good for 5 years. The only thing that needs to be is a recertification of the pumps and the sumps, which they do on an annual basis already, it's a regular maintenance cost of $1,200.
For the recertification.
No, for the recertification of the pumps. the
Sounds
sumps,
like
the
the
tanks,
pump.
for 5 years.
Recertification is $1,200. To get it to pass certification is 28,000, whatever.
Right.
it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But it sounds like it kicks the can down the
And we
road.
don't even have to fill it, we can
5
do the
years.
Wex card. Theoretically.
Right. It gets us to 5 years from now. It also knocks the capital from 35
All right, let me ask this.
on the truck down to 5.
The new pumps, were they chip key pumps?
I don't know, it's on the Smart's the one that did it. I didn't get
I
into.
mean, you go to chip key, same thing as Wex, right?
So this is the way I look at it. Do we wanna be in the field business?
No.
I mean, if I tell Donnie, you pulling those tanks to the ground is gonna pay for your new 3/4 ton truck, if you can do it yourself. Can we figure out, can we do it, or are we not capable of doing it? That's the way I look at
You
it, you just
just-
pull the suckers out of the ground, self-perform it,
You just
fill the
told,
hole.
you just told you what it was.
We.
Says
we have to have some
88
audits.
grand and he
I
has
said
to,
self-perform, not sub it out.
he said 88 grand and we're self-performing.
Just the excavation, what about the rest, what's the rest of it?
I don't
Get rid of the
freaking know.
material?
It's gotta be material, must be cleaning of the tank, it's gotta be a lot. of
Oh, yeah.
Tank has
I
been.
mean, you take dirty metal and dump in the hole, I mean, once it's clean, it's clean.
It's above my pay grade, but
Right.
I don't.
That's why Samard is the one that.
That's how we're 700,000 over budget,
No,
right?
I,
It's not by digging in and figuring out,
I'm,
because people take people for advantage of them all the time.
right,
You gotta ask the questions to figure out what's real, what's bullshit.
yeah,
I don't like being in the fuel business, that's why I'm, like, for the town, I love being in the fuel business for me, I don't like being in the fuel business for the town.
Right.
So something Donnie said was something about like emergency use. If we're going and we're relying on Wex cards and going to A&E or Irving to fill in everything, what does the town do when there's a loss of power or there's a, do we have a reserve somewhere for the town to use to plow the streets, go out and clear from storms, use for generators, all, like, what is our plan for that if we go to this other system and we don't have a cache of fuel available to us?
We're in the same problem, I mean.
Do you have a generator down there?
obviously, Backup generator at the garage.
Do a generator at the garage?
No, there's no sense to go out and
so it wouldn't
spend
matter, wouldn't matter anyway.
$20,000 on a backup generator, actually, I mean, we're just gonna add cost. What Greg just said made sense, if you recertify and do all the work.
I'm certainly not in
It's $30-some
favor.
thousand, you're still saving $30,000, and if we need to, in an emergency, we have the opportunity to be able to receive fuel.
Right, I'm certainly not in favor of spending, if it costs 28,000 to I'm certainly not in favor of spending 88,000 to pull them out of the ground, I mean, that's just
Right,
stupid.
right,
But I'm wondering, if we pull it out of the ground, get rid of the liability for a fraction of the cost.
Right.
But I have no idea what I'm talking about, I'm just asking a question,
The
right?
only time
no, it's,
you could do it unless the ground's contaminated, and then at that point. You have a vac truck.
So the
sitting there.
person that quotes the work assumes the ground's contaminated, and if it's not, they are rolling,
Make money.
right,
Paying
like it's
the-
going out of style.
but.
Because the dirt's going to Northwell.
They're not.
Right.
The dirt's going to Northwell.
That's what I've used technical assistance for, is to.
All right,
find
yes,
out what
the tanks are- get
regulatory
recycled.
requirements
We
are.
can do this on a Sunday.
They're going to-
Get the gas X.
Turn your head,
Yeah, yeah.
don't ask questions, if there's a few extra hours on next.
Say that, because of environmental sensitivity there.
Understood.
I definitely want somebody else to take like tomorrow to take it. Taking the next thing, go, oops.
Somebody's like, use my face, but not that.
Make sure I'm on vacation with you, please, I wanna be out of town.
All right,
I think if we can move that from 35 down to 5 and cover everything, at least for this year, get us out of it. Maybe we can get.
I'll say we can, I think we do that we do it tonight. If for some reason any one of us finds out information that's different, that we can get them out of the ground for 10 grand or some
I'm up for it.
miracle or something like that, who knows, there's probably companies that might be willing to help, I don't know. But for tonight, we dropped that from, well, that was only half the conversation, so that's always fun.
I was like, wait a minute.
We dropped
still
we dropped the 35 to 5.
Yep.
For the second half of the 3/4 ton payment. Because you've already got it in the other side of things.
So 35 drops to 5, so right now, instead of 85, it's only 55.
Right. Instead of 85, it's
So
55.
now we can talk about the 50.
So now we're
Now you
gonna
gotta talk about 50. Have you done any research looking for excavators?
Yeah, and you're gonna be about $8,000 short, because that last one was quoted in 23, the end of 23, early 24. That's for an 88 machine, that's an 18,000-pound machine. The last quote I looked at was if we, it's roughly about, if we put it in debt service, we about $14,000 a year for 5 years.
So
Finance to chat very much.
So that's 90 grand.
That's brand new.
That's brand spanking new with warranty. Brand spanking. We can tow it around with a 550, we don't need to have a big old wheeler out there, we already got the trailer to haul it with.
What size machine is this,
So
John?
18,000 pounds.
80,000.
80,
We,
80
you
series.
can't use the 55, because we're gonna be doing ditching, you know, you're not gonna have the reach, you're not gonna be able to put it in a dump truck, we're still gonna do our ditching work, our corvettes and stuff, you need to have some. Where we probably want it twice as big as we need.
That's still a rubber track. The 80 series is, right? That's the biggest of the rubber track, okay. So, have we seen any of the revenue, did the revenue increase go in for what the water and sewer added for equipment rental? That got changed from, that's in the memo.
Oh,
And then-
I'm not,
Did we increase the revenue line at all
Not yet.
for?
Not yet.
And for the cemeteries and for all of that?
Trying to get Travis and the cemetery to pay for the excavator.
Yeah.
More or less,
Well,
when they rent it off
they're
us.
not gonna pay for all, of it. I mean, they're gonna pay for whatever.
Well,
Whatever they
did
use,
one-
whenever
we
they
did one
use
job
it.
3 weeks ago for $3,500
Right, yeah.
for three men and excavator, when we had one sitting right down the road, but we paid,
Right, it's not money.
so why, I don't understand why I mean, that's one swing. I'm not necessarily in favor of buying a brand new machine. What do you think? You said you had a quote at one point, 50 grand for that from Chadwick May Ross, cash money for the excavator we had, or is that trade?
Trade, I was trading.
That was trade.
That's what we got on here.
And I will tell you, that
100,000 for 2,000.
it's it's one of those catch-22s, we've got a machine that's been known to have issues, the one we had, and we tried to list it, I've tried to list it a couple of times, and they laughed at us. We said, oh yeah, if you guys pay 90,000 for it, you guys wanna get 90,000 revenue, we can do it at $40,000 or 35,000, because it's been known to have emission issues.
Just,
The air pump. And I think at this point, we've already put 12,500 that air pump, and it could go tomorrow. It's just every once in a while, it go into its regen cycle, and it just makes me nervous. You know, you got a 35,000 pound machine, it's way bigger than what we ever needed. And, you know, you gotta equipment to try to haul it with, that's why we use Dave Kerr, it makes me nervous.
I don't think there's anything, I think we need to do the excavator, because we're looking at revenue increases, but that's not just a 1 year revenue increase, that's a lifetime of revenue increases. And I think it pays for the unit.
Right.
In, like, how many, hopefully not, right? We hope we don't dig any cemetery holes this year, right? How many do you average?
They average full burials, you're seeing lots and lots of them, but you're not, good average 4 to 8. That's one of the.
you're not
things
gonna dig the cemetery with that.
With an 80?
With, there you are.
With an 80?
Yeah, you will.
Do it now.
Oh, heck, yeah.
You do it with your, backhoe.
No, I don't think that's good. I
do it with my trash.
Okay.
So you do how many? How many?
Good.
Full revenue stream for that.
And one of the things you'll see too is one of the things we discussed is about the cost of the bear. I mean, we're still back in the 1970s, which has $350, $400 to do a full burial, where everyone else is $800,000. There's an opportunity there too. Jim agrees. He said, I mean, we're at the bottom tier.
I mean, daily rental on the 80 series is $700-800.
Yeah, well, we run it, I think last year, the year before, they run it, I think the cemetery spent like 4,000, 4,500 for rentals. And that was a couple times we used Frank Woodworth's machine. Rented that for.
Okay. How much do you spend in rental per year? And
On an average year, we were spending between 6,500 and 12,000. And that's why I said it's no brainer. If we're paying $15,000 a year in 5 years, we own it. We're spending that, a public works year. And then if they have 1 or 2 curb stops, water breaks, we're spending 30,000 and 35,000 between the two departments. And you can buy with $15,000 or an $18,000 payment a year. Well, you know, own a brand new machine after 5 years with a warranty.
so why wouldn't we do that? Why wouldn't we finance it for 15 instead of one big nugget for 60?
We could.
We could do that, right?
Or you do the.
I
the truck and the
didn't run the
actual-
numbers, I don't know. Sure.
I mean, I just realistically, that's gonna, and even the trucks still last 5 years, one got down to 20. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, so you said the excavator for 50 grand plus the trade is no longer on the table?
Well, it's gonna be a little more because now the increases, so you're gonna have to have a ditch and a digging bucket with it. So you're talking, it's probably gonna be closer to, probably, I think he said it was gonna be another $14,000. Into the increases, so.
So 64 instead of 50, or
Okay,
we finance it for 5 years at 13,000 a year. We take our spend from 50 down to 13,
And that was working.
and we probably revenue half of that.
and we cover the revenue.
That's a pretty good
Thing,
thing.
but I-
Sounds like a plan. Let's do that.
Can you get a lease on that? Or,
You can show, you can show revenue increases.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, lease purchase.
Yeah, lease
Yeah, you
purchase.
can show,
Even without a
We
revenue
can do
increase, you
that,
still
I
need
just wanna
something to
make
do
sure
the
we're
ditching and
not shorting
you
us.
know, revenue aside, you
Trying to
still
put a
need
hard number in
the
on
thing to
lease.
do the job.
Right, well, between now and next meeting, you probably get a
Yeah.
clear number, right?
but if he's got 15,000 in rentals, you're gonna reduce that off your
Right.
expense budget.
Right.
So there's offset of the entire number right there.
I've already taken
Well,
some of that off.
we took that down already.
Yeah.
Pretty sure we took the rounds down already.
Okay, so we would at least be showing the increase between water, sewer,
Yeah.
and
We're
cemetery,
showing,
12,000 or so.
yeah, what I had looked at in the memo was that I think we could safely budget 30,000 from water sewer revenue. We could pretty safely budget that in a year's time from water and sewer.
For rental?
For rental.
30 grand?
So we're gonna net increase 17 grand and finance it, absolutely. All day long.
They don't rent, you don't rent $30,000 worth of,
Or they hire a
Oh, yeah.
contractor,
Yeah,
or they hire a contractor.
well, in certain cases, they
and
might still
Elise
do
said
that.
she's 25 grand last year and went to capital expense. Cause it all got tucked in when they did these, standpipe and all that stuff, right? I believe that's what the comment was. Travis can speak to that a little bit, I'm sure, but.
I don't certainly wanna speak for Annalise, I can, definitely, I mean, there was some confusion about the rental, line items that we spoke about. I have complete clarification on those line items. I'm happy to bring that, but I also don't wanna confuse the issue that you guys are dealing with at hand either, so.
All we're looking for is what is your normal average spend? I think Jack just gave us that number, pretty much close to 30, right?
Well, I think what that was based off is year to date, was it year to date? We just looked at the digs we did but we applied hourly rates for equipment and people.
Sure.
And on those digs that we did, I think it came up to over 20,000 year to date. And I don't know whether that's typical or not, if it was just a lot of digging this. You know, wintertime water main breaks, I don't know how many you plan on, how much time that is that the majority of the digging for public pipes? I mean,
I will say that with, when the council gave us our third person, we have been able to be much more active in, and proactive in going out and finding things that need to be done. And we have, utilized Public Works, with both planned digs and also, unfortunately, unplanned digs as well. So, given the information that Public Works provided to Jack over the last year, it was 22.
Yeah, something like that.
22,000 is what we looked at, for the spend.
Okay, so, I mean, between water, sewer and cemetery and just the fact that you guys will have to rent your own if you didn't get it, then, it's all kind of a net. Probably a net positive,
Safe net,
probably a
net positive.
net positive. I think we can probably roll with
So Public Works goes from 85 down to 20.
15 lease purchase and 5 public works, so.
Or do we take it to 25 and leave ourselves 5 in the reserve fund for?
I don't wanna leave something, just,
I mean, it's still a $60,000 net savings for the year.
So I wanna kind of keep both sides of the equation clear, so we're gonna. What we'll need. What we'll need on the expense side is, we have the 35 that we have in this year's budget, for the 3/4 ton. We'll have 5, out of capital, then we'll have 20 out of the site, we'll reallocate the tank, removal money that we reduced.
That'll be 30.
30, we'll reallocate that with the 5. And then. We're gonna plan on a net cost for the new excavator is 64, that's gonna be the new one minus the likely trade.
I think tomorrow get a definitive number from Tyler, Ring, and call and make sure you update, so we get the real number.
So we got 114 minus the trade of 50 for a net of 64. But if we finance it. We're only financing 64,000 over 4 or 5 year nugget, which would be
$16,000 interest
over 5 years.
4 years.
at 9% or 8%.
So that's.
We do better than that.
We
Yeah,
do it at-
we do it that, I would say. We're gonna do it at 5 3/4.
Because if we
So you're-
finance the standard pay loss, it was actually 0%.
8,600, it's
I'd
0%.
say a lot of new
For house
finance,
Last time
0%.
was 0% to Volvo, because we have Volvo machinery trading and we're buying.
0%.
I'd leave it at the 86, or the 8,600, just to be safe side, because interest rates are still,
Haven't done anything good yet.
so that's.
But Donnie, you just said that because we're trading it about Volvo, buying a Volvo, if we buy it through
With the
credit
current rate
lines
of
with
0%,
Volvo,
I think
it's
finance is
0%
5
interest
years.
finance for 5 years.
How long was that?
I did it by
That was the last quote I got was back in, what is it,
8,600.
April last year.
Oh, okay, labor last year.
So I mean, the condition, I'm sure they'd be similar, like. We'd have to, I'd have to have them do it on the quote.
Okay,
1,200 a month.
So it'd be 14,600 a year, right? So what you had, 14,600 a year, 1,200 a month?
Yeah, 1230 a month.
Yep. So it'd be 14,600.
all right, so capital, what are we putting the number at?
25.
I guess that's where I'm at. 25,
I think. That leaves, that gives us 5 towards the truck that we need, 5 remains. Or 10 towards the truck, it leaves 5 in the reserve budget, one way or another.
we're going from 85 to 25?
Yep. Do that.
Thanks.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah,
Please do.
please.
If, we're gonna do a lease purchase on the excavator.
Yep.
And we think the payment's gonna be, say, 15,000 a year, can we just,
Put it in the purchase.
put it in the debt service budget, and where we have the 35 that's going away, that'll be 15 going forward.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I like
then, and then the other 10, because it was 25, then the other 10 will be in capital. That
Oh,
just
I like that even
separates,
better.
it just separates debt and capital.
Perfect.
yeah,
Okay. Then I won't confuse myself.
That's good. So so we're gonna pull 75 out of capital, but
Leave 10 there, and then we'll put 15 in the.
We get trailer to haul this thing and trucking off to haul this thing and driving around to haul this thing and fueling on to haul this thing. So there's not other residual.
do we
You
have?
can actually haul it back 550 if we need to. That's-
so 25,000.
Is the trailer oversized?
Line the
Yeah,
tanks,
yeah, it's way big, it's a 25 ton
It's
trailer.
big enough all what we have now, right? The
yeah,
160.
3/4 ton, and an excavator.
Yeah, the excavator is just gonna be in the debt service payment.
Right,
So
but I'm
that's
just
that-
saying,
So then we're looking.
but if we were to treat it like it was here,
On the cruiser.
oh, yeah, okay, we'll put it there, yeah.
So what you're asking? We're on about it.
I was making sure that we had enough
Yeah, so we're
money
gonna, we have to repurpose
to
the.
do those 3 things.
Yeah.
The tank, the lining of the tanks, the excavator and the 3/4 ton.
We can do it all.
That's what I'm making sure that that's the fact. If you only put 25 in there. Wherever it goes, the 25. So yeah, I see 25 and
So
58.
you got 70,000.
You got 73, right? If you put
70,000 for the truck, 64. No, 15 for the excavator.
oh, yeah,
15,
and then 28
28,
or 30, whatever.
yep. So that's 13. That's 113,
Yeah.
right? We have 58 and 35.
Right.
58.
We have 58 for the tanks,
We have 58 for the tanks.
and we have
35.
we have 35 in debt
And
service.
35
35,
for the
Yes,
half
35.
truck,
Yep.
for the half truck.
so that's 93, so you need 20.
You 20 more.
So it's 113 minus 93, we need 20, we're putting 25, which leaves us a $5,000 reserve. In your,
All right.
That means you gotta get it down to the trade number, it's gotta be within 5,050.
You got this.
Make sure it's zero,
Negotiating.
make sure it's 0%. You know?
Maybe we'll negotiate no fuel tank. We want that
Police
traded.
car.
We'll trade it.
We want 0% too.
I'll fight hard, believe me.
0%.
Well, Tyler, fight really hard.
Yeah.
Oh,
can we do the same thing with the Can we roll the cruiser in on that one?
And the 3/4 ton
A
truck,
random-
you're gonna finance stuff.
Um,
Such an awful rate to finance shit though, I mean, come on. That's a lot of money.
I mean, you can lease purchase whatever, I mean, you can lease purchase any capital item.
I thought we were trying to get away from that, to do it like a.
Right now, we definitely should, that 7 or 8% or 5%, that's too much, like, I think,
So high.
if it's 2%, I think it's different, but
Right.
I don't know. You're kicking the can,
But we're looking to do this during 2026,
right?
so we're betting a little bit that interest rates are gonna come down.
Mhm.
Which I think
I
is
thought they
fair.
already would've.
Oh,
But I don't think any of these guys are gonna wait till the end of 20. They're not gonna wait till 2026 to do it. They're gonna do it as soon as the budget passes. Which is
Yeah.
just.
You're
Alright,
not,
we're
you're
gonna
not
plan, what's next?
gonna pay it until you take some.
I guess that is everything in reserve.
So. Yeah, 85 to 25, basically effectively. 85
We,
to 25.
yeah, we basically went 85 to 25,
So this is down
so that's down,
280, 295 to 190, 295.
that's down to, yeah, we went down
So what
60,
price?
190,
65.
295. Total for capital. Well, actually, it's technically less than that, right? Because you're gonna move 15 over to debt service, so it's actually only 175, 295, but is that what you're doing? You're moving 15 over to debt service? So
But
effectively
there's still gonna
capital.
be 20K there, right?
Right, then that's the same, but just for tracking, if you're looking at line
Yeah,
item,
I'm
line
gonna
item.
have W15 over in debt service.
Yeah, okay.
So we saved 105,000 out of capital.
No, 90,000.
Oh,
105 out of capital, but we added 15 to debt.
90
service.
to the budget.
Yeah.
90 to the budget.
Yeah, so 175.
Kind of, so. That goes to 4.
That service is next anyway, right?
440.
What about,
Page is back.
Next page.
capital planning public works, since we went with an item where Nancy Street construction,
Hmm?
reconstruction of the boulevard.
That's not-
50,000.
That's further down the line.
Another year.
Yeah, so,
It's a different year.
25, 26.
so, yeah, let's just talk about that real quick, because that was back when I started this process. I did make an assumption that we were gonna have some CIP funds.
What
that
page
we-
do you want to?
so I'm more on this sheet where it's capital planning, we're
Okay.
looking at the 5-year window.
Yeah.
And we go to, public works improvements. So. Lancey Street was something that Donnie had brought up that would be, we would like to be able to address Lancey Street. He's estimating that cost to be $60,000, 21,000 gravel, 39,000 in paving. In-kind work, he had pegged at 16,000, so it'd be a $76,000 budget, but it'd be 60,000 to the budget. We were thinking at the time there may be some CIP funds available from just kind of a rollover from past projects. We since found out there aren't. So that's, as stated here, that's not, would not be in the plan for 2026. It is a street that obviously needs to be addressed. But if we wanted to try to do, basically digging up the base, right, dig up the base and get the clay out of there and. I don't know if you'd be putting fabric down or just, redoing the base and paving it. But
And that was part of our paving project. How was that going?
I know,
Well, my
I'm not
question is
clear.
whether that was covered as part of the village partnership because the school's there. And I remember we were looking at the heat tracking of people walking and it was like that loop down Lancey Street.
The road wasn't, the sidewalks were.
Just the sidewalks.
Yeah.
And if we're
It
3
seems like
years,
if the sidewalks are being done, that we need to address the road at the same time. Or no?
yeah, I mean, and I think really the question is, if we're 3 years out or more with actual villages construction work. Whether the current condition of Lancey Street could wait that amount of time, or whether
No.
we want to address it beforehand.
They can't wait 3 more months, honestly.
You can lose a truck in that.
If you've gone down that road, it's terrible. Yeah.
Do something else in the meantime, because it's gonna get all torn up.
Well, I would say any damage they cause, they're gonna repair if they do the sidewalks. I would-
Well, and I think I'd have to look at the plan, but I think there's like a buffer between the road and the sidewalk. I don't know if it's right up against the asphalt or not.
Your shoulder in the curb and the.
I know there
Is
is,
there grass?
there's grass right now, but I don't know if the new plan shows. I think it's supposed to be the same,
Well, it's
so,
gonna have granite curbing on it anyway, so they're gonna pull right to the edge of the pavement if we did it.
yeah, I'd have to look again, but anyway.
So I guess
I
the
mean,
question would be if we go ahead and fix it and pave it, 'cause it's in really bad condition. Before the village partnership program is done, then is it gonna get damaged when they go back in and dig up and do the sidewalks? And do we have sewer water stuff under that it also needs to be addressed? Water.
That's all stuff we're gonna learn when they do the final design. Final design, we'll look at where existing infrastructure is and coordinate all the moving of the water and the sewer to accommodate new storm drains and curbing and all that.
So this is something that we know will need to be done. Do we want to maybe start planning for this now and putting a little bit into doing it rather than, having a big hit in 2 years?
I mean, I think it goes to the bigger issue of all roads in town,
Me
really.
too, why is
Like,
this listed separately?
Cause they have to rebuild it, I guess, but.
Why is it not included in the paving overall?
It needs a new base, it needs to be.
It's not
Underneath has to be
paving,
rebuilt.
it's
not-
reconstruction.
It's simple as,
Okay,
we originally thought that the water and sewer, and the sewer was an issue down there, but since we found out that it's in pretty decent shape, so.
okay,
But the
We don't get
road
the clay
itself.
out, because I don't know what's gonna happen to the sewer and water, because, the frost, if you go down there. Anytime in April, May, you probably should still do it, you get out on a day that it rains, you step out, when you step on the asphalt, you can see an 8-foot circle move.
yeah,
From just the weight of a regular person, so it needs to be addressed at some point.
okay.
I've heard that in the past, well, we're gonna build a new school or whatever, and that school eventually will not be there, well, it's. again, it's probably one of the worst roads that gets traveled a lot. I hear it every day.
Yeah.
Between the school bus drivers. Teachers. And I going to school, and that's just doing Lancey Street from Crosby to Nichols. That's not doing across the intersection. That's a better section of road there.
The 60,000 is the base just across.
We're only doing to this school, yeah, it does have a break between the road and the thing, so the PPI project doesn't. It's not to impact the road on that street, well, it will, cause they got construction vehicles on it, but. But there's a gap between the sidewalk and the road. So you
Worst
were,
case scenario, you're building, put some gravel down, do a road base. And take that clay out and do the road base and just put a binder on it. If you're putting 2.5 inches of binder, it doesn't have to have a finish coat on it. And decide down the road, it saves for some money too. Anything is better than what's there.
Do we want to address it in this budget? Thanks, question.
That sounds like we're,
I mean. What is it? 60,000 for the base. What's the binder cost gonna be?
I will let that was what my thought process, I said, I think we had 30,000 or
39, so you broke it up, 21,000 gravel, 39 for paving.
so.
And then your labor, equipment time would be 16,000.
And you're paying us anyway, and we've got the machinery, so it's part of our road projects of our office and stuff, but that would be.
And you have that built into your revenue budget for this year also? It's already
No.
built in,
No, it's not, because we're just saying what the value of the project is.
so that'd be additional revenue that we would show if we were to, but no.
No, because there's nothing to pay from, you know what I mean? It's like, this is nothing here, so.
I'm saying if we use that out of our, we have $122,000 sitting in paving money for this year. Could we earmark it that direction? We already have that in the capital,
Well, we have 122,000 in paving, but, that would. If we put that all into paving, I'm not sure we wanna mix and match to pay in kind, because. 122,000 doesn't pave as much as probably we would want.
no, I know, but it would handle this project in full, right?
We definitely could get 39,000 out of the paving budget to pave Lancey Street, it would be just. And, we're already, we've already budgeted an O and M for the in-kind and all that. So really to do Lancey Street, if we wanted to use the paving budget, we just need $21,000 for the gravel to replace the base.
But we could show 16,000 in revenue. So really you only need a $5,000 net spend, right?
I have no place to take the revenue from, so if I'm
Yeah,
sending a
just
bill
pay
to
it.
water and sewer, and we take it from their budget, it's an expense, it comes into ours,
You're just not spending the money, Craig. There's no,
yeah, just. We're just not,
I think you're missing,
Right, you're already paying us the 16, well, that money is our equipment, our time, our operating costs anyways.
It's already in.
Budget.
it's not a
You know,
revenue,
when it
it's
shows
just not an
back after
expense.
it's paved, it's not going, you ain't got no money there, it's actually.
it's an expense out of O and M, it's basically not, it's not showing up on capital, it's just an
Right.
expense out of O and
and I
M.
guess to Craig's point, then why are we asking for the 16,000 for in-kind work inside CIP?
No, not,
We're already paying the guy.
so we're just showing it's the $60,000 cost, but it's actually a $76,000 value,
oh,
Because-
yeah,
because we're
Oh,
using our own.
okay.
Because we're doing
That's
it
what I was,
internally.
that's
Okay.
where I was getting.
yeah,
at.
same, me
Yeah.
too.
Okay,
Yeah, that makes sense.
so, yeah, anyway,
All of our light bulbs went off at the same time. Oh.
Yeah, that's what I
for
was.
us, seems
Yeah.
like something,
So leaving that in there, is it gonna be on the line item of the budget? That's next week.
yeah, I mean, should that go in there for a
We could
project that
reduce
we're
it to
doing in?
21,000.
So,
We could reduce that number to 21,000.
so here's the,
Take 38 out of the paving.
If you take 38 out of your paving, you're not doing another project that.
Yeah, I mean, I wanna increase the paving, so I don't
This
wanna
would
take
increase
it,
your paving, if you left it at 122, you'd be increasing your paving by 39,000 for this project. Particularly, not just general.
so here's a thought. And I'm just jumping ahead to my memo here. So when we reassessed, or I shouldn't say, when Jerry and Donnie reassessed the budget and said, based on sort of current expectations, sand, gravel, salt, all that stuff, realigning that is, it would be a reduction of 27,375. If we leave that alone, you got $21,000 we can put towards gravel on Lancey Street, and then a little cushion if we went over. So just leave that alone. And then if we added, say, 40,000 to the paving budget and go from 122 to, 162.5, then we've covered it, and we've covered it. Covered it up between paving and O&M. We don't even need to show
Cause
it.
this budget doesn't show the decrease of 27,000.
So what's planned for the 122 that's in paving right now? Is there a solid plan?
I don't think so.
No,
Well, there's a
Did-
list of roads.
There's a
that are
list.
assessed.
Yeah,
Right, but how much is that 122 gonna do?
The only one that you really need to remind is, we do the Sebastian Street culvert. Is that section over that culvert section of Main Street with a pave, so that's the only commitment we have right now for paving. Is that little piece.
So I like the idea, I love the idea of the, because you still do the salt priority, which saves you the 27,000. Is that what you're talking about?
No, it's not really salt priority. We're just looking at how much we had,
On hand.
how much we have on hand.
Okay.
And how much we would think we'd have to buy in the
Okay,
budget.
perfect.
so that just doesn't change and then, okay.
So you
But
wouldn't
this, but
think-
that's not been affected in anywhere in the budget as
No,
of yet.
all the
Yeah,
numbers you
it was
look at,
going to, but-
don't include any of these things.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So,
This is all like additional.
This
Have you
is-
read through this yet?
yeah,
Yeah.
well,
Really?
I skimmed it, and I guess obviously I skimmed it a little too quickly. But, in my own defense, I was missing one page, but.
Yeah, and it's an important page, so we'll spend some time on that page.
No
We'll
problem.
spend some time on that.
I think this is absolutely.
So
fantastic.
theoretically, though, we could do all of this and not change our budget whatsoever. That could become one of the paving projects. I'm not saying we don't have to add, Jason, I'm not saying that, I'm just saying we could use that as part of the money that's already accounted for. Right?
Oh, yeah, no, I was just
You're
thoroughly,
staring at me, just wanting to take my head.
no, thoroughly confused with a lot of these numbers right this minute.
Well, there's a lot of numbers swimming, that's for sure.
We've,
I like the.
gone up and down and all over the
Put it
place.
last.
Yeah,
So you increase the
So
budget.
what-
Keeping that 27.
Keep the 27, just
Yep.
keep this the way it
All
is
that,
with the supplies.
so on the memo, cross that out.
Yep, cross that off in the middle.
You're not doing it.
And then that's gonna impact the final number on this recommendation, but we'll remember that.
We'll have enough gravel if we leave that alone to do Lancey Street.
Okay. Just crossing that whole piece.
Wherever the
Yeah,
hell
which
that
the
was.
1, 2, 3, 4, the fifth bullet on the first
Yeah,
page.
right there, yeah.
Fifth bullet on the first page.
But then we're going back to capital and increasing that by 40.
The paving budget, I think that would be. I think it'd be beneficial because for the 122.5, I think. We could use all of that. In just shimming over the roads that we've got to try to get a few more years out of before.
Which is Birchwood,
Birchwood's an example.
not Birchwood, the street, but the whole cul-de-sac of, what's that?
Upper Maple, Hamilton.
Right, that whole cul-de-sac,
Yeah, I mean, we could be,
That's for 120.
no,
No way.
Oh. That's what I'm like, oh.
Well, you know, you'll get 122 because, Donnie, do you know how much the paving is for that section of Sebastian Cook over the culvert?
Yeah, I have to look back, but we did get a quote on it, yeah, it's not,
Maybe like
it's
10
not
or
like a
20.
shoulder amount, it was like 16 or something, it
We'll
wasn't.
say 20.
So how much are we increasing the
100.
paving to?
right now, 162,
162.5.
and ideally higher.
And taking the 60 out of here?
Yeah, there wouldn't be anything in capital, we're just gonna be able to cover it all through paving, and
So this page is gonna go away and we just have an understanding that Lancey Street will be taken care
I
of
would,
within the existing budget from
And that's
gravel,
this,
we're not
this
saving.
line
and-
goes to 162.5.
put line 10 here, where it says Lancey Street, just put a line through it, cause it's.
Yeah, and then just update your front page, line 27. Instead of 122.5, it'll be 162.5.
Yeah.
And And that's everything there.
Just two.
Well, we're doing great at cutting our budget.
Well, we're still down 65,000.
Line 27, that goes to
162.5.
Seems like we've been here before.
Also have that project done before school starts.
That would be nice, that would be the plan.
You can do it.
You got it. Okay. Where the hell are we? We are supposed to be going to,
Are we going back to the police cruiser or was all good? We had said we want to get through all the items and go back to that.
who's Vinny? Yep.
You got a call. Be right back.
Craig, you were the one that wanted to go all the way through and then back to Vinny?
Well, I just,
To me, if he says the vehicle that he had, cause I'm like, all right, if we're on a 10-year plan, blah, 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 I don't think 138,000 miles is very many miles. But if he says that that vehicle is not up to snuff for his staff, I trust his word. He knows better than any of us.
I mean, I think you still gonna have to fix it and sell it.
Talking about you.
Oh, that was cold. I couldn't stop it through it anymore.
I just think there's some areas that you don't really know.
the only thing I'm looking at is right now, we've reduced our nugget by 10%. We've been here for 3 hours.
Yeah,
We're down to $630,000 increase.
I mean, the net zero thing, I mean, that's your goal,
I know it's piping, but why is it piping?
because the cost of everything is through the roof.
And the issue that was identified last year that's being rectified
And
this
we've
year.
been stagnant for 20+ years, so we have to make up for it somehow.
But since I've been here, we've done,
Yeah, but we still have a lot we got a long way to go.
What are your other suggestions?
Let's focus on the cruiser.
The
You
cruiser.
wanted to come back to it. What do you want to do?
If the 2017 craps to bed and so people can't come to my house and help my family, I'm not good.
I mean, we still have to fix
Same
it.
goes for plow trucks, same thing goes for loaders, same, for police
Right.
officers, public works people.
I drive a 2016 with
The van I'm driving right
157,000
now is
miles every day.
245,000 miles on it, right?
Right.
So, and that's not my preference. And I don't take it and save people's lives with it, but I do take it and milk cows with it.
Right?
Seriously, I go on service calls every day with that thing, and I trust it to go, right? They can be held reliable. I mean, 100,000, we used to sell all our vans at 150,000. And then they got so expensive, I was like, man, we can't afford to sell them at 150.
You know,
We hang on to them.
I don't disagree with that, but you gotta also remember that police cruisers aren't operated like regular vehicles. I just
I've seen them
wanna
drive,
toss
I
that out
don't, I
there.
understand.
Okay.
Go 0 to
I don't
60.
drive as fast as they do, right, but
I would love to see them outfitted with hour meters, because I think that's the only way you can.
They have
judge
hour
a
meters.
cruiser.
Yeah, they have engine hours.
Yeah, but not anything, we're not pulling it. I mean, they do it in the computer, right? You
Yeah.
can pull it on computer data, but.
Well, that's probably on the dashboard. It's
Kind of
online.
like an ambulance, you need to be 100% sure that when you need to go, it goes.
And stops and.
And stops and turns on and functions properly.
I mean, I think regardless, the 2017 has to get fixed and sold, because you're not gonna sell it.
That's right.
We only have 2 officers on the
road.
road at a time, right?
Sure.
We only have 2 officers on the road at a time, right?
Generally,
And
yeah, I
then
mean,
one that-
myself too, yeah.
Yeah, so 3, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, we've got 5 vehicles.
Mhm.
So that's like the bigger question, I guess, is do we need 5 vehicles?
They take their vehicles home, so.
I would,
That would be difficult to.
I would say we need 5 vehicles, I mean, we use them, you know, and if you have 2 vehicles, let's just say you have 2 vehicles.
Oh, no, we need more than 2 vehicles.
No, I'm just using as an example, you know, you 2 or 3 vehicles, and there's constant use on those vehicles, they never stop. So, and then the wear and tear just continues, and, I mean, I think you're gonna end up with a shorter lifespan on vehicles like that.
Oh, of course,
vehicles like that. So,
So I mean, really, it boils down to like, do we replace 2 every 3 years, or do we replace, we used to replace 1 every year.
So
Because
because
we
we
only
have
have
5 and 2
3,
are
I
in
think.
use. And you're in one, where are the other 2 all day?
oh, park with the officer, or if it's needed, we rotate them at the schools, the school would have one as well.
Yeah.
Especially when that officer needed to go back and forth to different schools.
Do we still have a resource officer for the schools? Cause there was, what, didn't they cut it out of the budget?
Who-
Their budget issues? No,
No,
He resigned.
I cut it out of I suggested we cut that. Out of our budget and funded fully, part-time for the schools.
Which it's,
so it's still, they still, need- I'm thinking like, they still need a vehicle because they're still servicing schools and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, we would definitely figure that one. So. It would be too, especially when the schools consolidate and they're, one location, it's gonna be so much easier as opposed to right now. MSAD 53, really, they've been only going to the other schools as opposed to those 2 schools, it can all be one. So,
Dave, I'm gonna go back to a point you just made too, and was kind of bypasses, but said 700,000 an increase. It's actually $1.5 million in increase. We're offsetting it with 800 and
right,
some odd $1,000. And to this point of uncompleted projects, unrealized projects that were funded that hit the general fund at the end of the year because we didn't spend the money when we were supposed to.
Right.
So that's the only reason that fund builds, is that we don't do what we say we're gonna do.
I mean, we're all taxpayers, right? So at the end of the day, like, I feel like when I call, when I hit 911, I want someone to show up. But I also have to be able to afford to live here and heat my house and feed my kids and.
And you're only gonna live
my
here if
cars.
it's safe to live here.
I'm only gonna live here if I can afford to live here, right? So if you have a Cadillac budget, you gotta have Cadillac income. So,
And I understand your point, because I didn't realize I lived on the end of town that I do, but I guess I do, right? There's been a lot down by my house, and I wanna see the guys there when you need them, right? And I get that part, if we're gonna spend it, where do we save it? I don't mind spending it, I think you're right, I agree. We need a good fleet, we gotta have it. We're willing to invest in the public works truck. Why wouldn't we put it in the police car?
I don't know, I think the other part that we're not really talking about when we're talking about budget increases is how expensive everything is now. And when I was first on the council, these vehicles were $40,000. Then they were 49, and then they were 52, and now we're looking at $65,000. So that's just like in a 10 or 15 year period of time that we've seen those increases, and I don't know if it's possible to have a zero sum budget where you're like, okay, we have to increase this because this is how much it costs to buy this thing now. I don't think it's possible to be like, we're gonna cut $20,000 out of the budget somewhere else on all these different items, because they're big ticket items. But I feel like if we invest in the big ticket items, if we are buying new instead of used, we're not buying other people's problems, we have strong maintenance programs, and we have some of those other things put in place to take care of that equipment, we get the longevity out of it that we need. Otherwise, we're just throwing away money by buying used things all the time for the highway department and things like that.
I think now Jack has set us up with this nice list of inventory. This is gonna be helpful and useful for us for a long time to come. Now we know what we have. This is the first time. That's not true? It's the first time I've
I've been
seen it.
asked every year to provide that same information. I
It's
don't
the
know
first time
where
I've
they
ever
have.
seen it. We've asked for
Yeah.
it several times.
It's been available.
You're the only one that probably
presented
did
in a
it.
different time,
of course,
in a different way.
they never put money into it, but. All right, where are we? Police cruiser,
Please, all right,
go around,
Yes.
you want a police cruiser or not? Yes? Craig, yea or nay?
yeah, but don't pay for it.
Same.
Okay, yea or nay, yea or nay, yea or nay?
I said yes.
They were, well, I was, wait your turn. Now I got you. You said yes?
Yes.
All right, so before
So there
we
we
leave
go.
capital, capital,
Now you wanna cut 40 grand out of
Nope,
something
I
else?
wanna have more.
All right,
I wanna add a set of scales.
What?
I wanna add a set of scales. Transfer station. I wanna see us pay by weight.
is that capital or is
I
that,
think it's a capital expense.
okay?
I think it's a 26, 27 thing, because we need budgeting for that, we need. I don't wanna just throw
I
money
think-
into something.
No, I think the revenue would
I
offset.
think the revenue offsets it. I think we can do it.
I wanna see numbers.
Oh, I bet you could put together numbers in 30 minutes,
Who would have to weigh? Everyone?
everyone.
Everyone?
Everyone driving in, driving
Because
out.
look, right now, Donnie's team is trying to stop everybody that's bringing trash in from Palmyra, Clinton and Burnham. Why? Bring your trash, please.
If you have,
Right.
if you have scales and manpower.
You have scales and manpower. You wanna justify your 5, 6 guys there? I'm not saying, I'm being a little facetious.
Can I step down first, because we tried this back 15, 20 years ago, and they stormed this place.
How many towns allow you for $20 to bring 5,000 pounds of your house that you just tore down? That's crazy to me.
They don't, and we've got some.
That is crazy.
So the page that I missed has a bunch of stuff about this.
Beautiful.
So,
And
Well-
one of the things that you want to avoid, Frank, is one of the things that you're gonna find out is, the page is still program, I think it's the fairest way. It's definitely.
What is it? There you go.
Yeah, it is, but the problem with it is, you're not gonna get people, you're not gonna pass it, but if you're not gonna pass it, we tried it twice, and it's not gonna be.
What do you mean you're not gonna pass it?
People will come in here and they'll vote it, they'll put it to a referendum, you will not get it through. Because people do not, because anyway, one of the things you wanna do is you wanna take that revenue to run the transfer station. You'd have to make it an enterprise account. Because if you're gonna put scales in there to start, you're gonna do it as a utility. So you're gonna have to take the transfer station
Right.
money right off the budget.
How much
Get
would it
taxes or
cost
something, and then charge them per pound for everything that they're going away. So you have to.
I mean, we would set that rate.
What do you think it would cost a family annually? Because right now we pay $20 for a dump sticker, right?
Right.
So
well,
what would-
30,
Well, you pay a lot more than that.
Yeah, I see that, but how much would someone pay?
I don't know, we'd have to look at rates.
No idea.
We could find rates and, I mean,
if you wanna do that,
But you can't do that.
you would increase your recycling a hell of a lot. You would increase your revenue there.
But you can't do that kind of position either.
Oh.
I mean, I understand.
Right.
We're trying to justify position. That's another way to justify your positions.
One thing at a time.
You can't charge, one of the things that's, you're gonna have a legal precedence is you can't charge somebody X amount of dollars for their tax dollars and then expect them to pay 100% of the cost when they're already paying 100% of the cost in their taxes. You know, you don't-
You go to Augusta, and you pay your taxes and you pay to take everything it takes to dump.
Yes, you can do a fee system, but if you're making money on it, you cannot make money. Then you have to start an enterprise account.
We're not gonna make money on it. We're gonna lose,
Just offset the
we're
tax.
still gonna lose money. We're just trying to offset the tax burden.
Right,
Which-
which I did with Jack, we talked about setting some other fees based on what costs are. Some of the biggest costs, and like you said, I agree with Craig, some of the things I've been here before is why are we paying for demo? We've been paying for people to tear down their garages and bring it to the transfer station. They have to rent a dumpster from Bolster or somebody else, they shouldn't even buy it, we shouldn't even get involved in it.
Look at Facebook. Tell me how many
Yeah.
junk removal companies have started in the last
Popping
year.
up all over the place,
Tons.
all
And
over.
they're gonna pay $20 a year.
No.
Oh, yes, they will.
You're gonna.
I guarantee you're not, are you
gotta-
stopping them already? Have you been stopping certain people?
I've been seeing all these ones like this Poolum guy.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, he hasn't been in the transfer station once, I've been waiting for him, because if he's gonna be hauling trash, he's
Yeah.
$150.
I see that ad, I see people doing.
Yeah,
a
there's
lot
more
offering
of
to
them
come do
popping
it.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, there is.
so if
But
you
anyway.
wanna go this route, then
We
I
need a
wanna
lot more
see
information.
some budgeting, I wanna see staffing hours, I wanna see estimated revenue based on our municipal waste that's going in already. And it's gonna have, it's a wholesale change, not only to department operations, but the accounting part of our entire operation. And I don't think that's something that you can just be like, oh, we're gonna do it tonight, let's put it in the budget and do it.
But I think,
Especially if we don't have any dollar figures to go for equipment.
right, but you just use part of the word accountability, right? So that's what it comes down to right now. I mean, I could unload my entire garage, my neighbor's garage, my uncle's garage, and just dump it down there. There's no accountability, there's no like other towns, at least they have the plastic clear bags, and you gotta put certain things, they check your rubbish, and I'm not saying that either, I don't want that either. But pay to play, if you're gonna use it,
I
pay
should
for
do
it.
something, but I agree with Heather, we need more
If
information.
you wanna do it, like, dip your toes in it, do a bag fee, do it by the bags, people have to come to the town office, buy purple bags this year, blue bags this year, whatever you wanna do. You can do it by bags, or you can do it by scale,
Oh,
so.
Jack, you put
I
some
just remember you
things
said
in
no,
notes here that
3
would-
weeks ago.
Well,
I just remembered.
let's, hold on. So Donnie and Jack put some things together that would
This is, and that's a staff, right?
offset some of these. Cause I don't think anyone disagrees that we have been overcharged in certain cases on what we're paying for people to remove.
We've been, well, stuff, we've been paying.
Some of these numbers just never added up, but anyway, so these changes are kind of a starting point. I don't know if. Craig, I think if you
Read the message.
If you guys wanted like if we wanted the pay to play, which I agree with actually, but to Heather's point. I don't think you're gonna implement it in 6 weeks or, something like that, that's like a whole year worth of planning or whatnot, and Jack and Donnie did a year under their belts together and. And if we tell them in July, hey, yeah, next year at this time, we want scales in place. Prepare for it, then they have,
And give Jack
12
some
months
time.
to figure that out,
But
not
what I'm saying is if we,
12 weeks.
well. Understood.
Heather said it early on. The cost of stuff is unbelievably high, okay? If you're gonna take and throw away a bunch of stuff, you should pay a bunch of money, right? If you're gonna go and use a pool, you should pay to use a pool. If you use a certain feature, you should pay to use it.
I think we all
Fire,
agree, we just need a bunch, we need
Right,
information, so we know what we're
we
doing.
have to move along with the times. The times is not raise the taxes to cover everything that you've ever dreamed of, it's. Make the money where you're spending the money,
Right.
right? You're spending the money taking care of trash, make the money on the trash. I totally agree with that.
And, I don't have it in front of me for whatever reason, but there was a sheet. Donnie, what year is that truck due to be replaced?
It's 10 to 12 years,
10 to 12 years.
17, so.
So we got
Are you talking about the whole-
$250,000 bill coming our way in 10 years. He's talking about creating an enterprise fund. We're not making money, we're not making revenue, but we can dang sure cover an expense.
Gonna cost $100,000 for a set of scales. It's gonna cost, I mean.
If you go brand new, you're correct, if you go brand new.
So we're gonna have to figure out what capital costs in with it, so.
Right, but if I didn't say this, when does this discussion ever come up, right?
Right.
This is the only time to start this discussion, let's get the.
I mean, scales
That's where
are,
you start.
scales
I
are,
like
investments.
this.
You spend 100,000 on those scales, you can't make that back in a year or two, I'd be shocked.
Yeah.
I would be shocked. It's an
I would be
investment.
absolutely shocked. Because right now, the average homeowner in Pittsfield pays you $20 and you get to haul your weekly trash off. The taxpayer pays for the guy that wants to go dump his entire house out there. Or the barn that he tore down, right? I'm paying for that guy to go do that.
But the big question is, that's why they go to the enterprise, I understand it, I think that's great, that's a great system. But if you're gonna charge me the cost of, to get rid of all the stuff, it's costing me like a bill, like a water per gallon. It's cost to get rid of the stuff, and you better get rid of the cost of the transfer station, the whole budget right off the tax rate, so in order to do that, you have to have an enterprise account. Which I have no problem with, but that's.
Well, you just offset it with,
If you don't think you can offset it in revenue,
Right.
you're crazy. I think you can absolutely offset that in revenue. Absolutely.
yeah, you gotta
We
make.
just want the account to zero out, right? We don't wanna make money.
Right, like I said, let it operate on its own, but you gotta get it off the tax rate, you can't charge me X amount of money on my taxes. And then charge me to pay the full cost again, now I'm paying twice.
100%, because the year I tear down something and I haul that away and I pay for it, I'm happy. The next year that I don't have to pay it on my taxes, I'm really happy, right? If I wanna pay for it when I pay,
Yeah.
I don't wanna pay for it
Figure
every
it out
year.
tonight.
Yeah.
Vinny,
Okay.
Let's go.
In the search, Vinny,
Scales,
in
the pay to
the
play,
search
the
and
dress
rescue
on
part of the
table.
world, are people paying to get saved now? If you're a lost hunter in the woods.
Yeah,
they come and bid
there's a
around
bill that, yeah,
You
they're
pay
charging for that.
20 years ago, did you pay for that?
Nope, it's
No.
a ridiculous amount of money, actually.
Okay, so my point is that this whole concept of pay to play, it is coming, and it's coming hard, and we don't catch up with that. you can't tax people to the point that's really gonna take to live here.
That's right.
The people that are using the resource should pay for the resource, period.
Yeah, but you can't tax them on.
I 100% agree with you.
And then you can't charge me again.
If we can't take that, whatever that is for the transit out of the budget and put that towards paving,
Oh, yeah.
shame on us, right?
Yeah, most definitely.
We have plenty of places to put that money.
Right,
Right.
I think that's great. And that way it saves me money, and then when you see it, you know, I see it every day, you gotta pick up a guy who's in. And people live in a household and they bring 12 bags of food.
All right,
You know where it's coming from, not from here.
well, anyway. Jack and
So what do we
Donnie,
put on there, 100,000 for scales?
no,
40, funny you said.
Hey,
Jack and Donnie did some adjustments on some of these, pay increases, decreases, all that stuff.
So did you actually take 40,000 out?
So what we did is we looked at where could we make some changes to the rules, what things that we accept and the amounts we charge for them, and we made this, this table, of it, and if we were to implement this September 1st, so give time for, you know, things to kind of get put out there, word to get out, you know,
Yeah,
publicity and everything, and go starting, you know, September 1st. Stickers, would be $30 for residents and $50 for contractors. Currently, they're $20 and $40, so that's a bump on each category. Projected to raise an additional 15,000. Small roll-off split cans, would be $15 for a commercial hauler, currently it's 10. That's 7,000 in revenue there. A change in basically the current practice on the next one, any trash truck loads greater than 2 cubic yards. The way we currently do it is the hauler takes it directly to the disposal facility like Norwood, and we get the tip fee, we get the disposal fee and pay it, and then we bill the hauler for half of it. And what we would propose is to just not do that, the hauler just hauls it, they pay it, and we're out. That would save $30,000. You wanna talk about that, Donnie?
What?
yeah, there's no track,
So basically,
I heard what you said, what?
Yeah.
yeah, it's insane,
So basically what's happened in the past.
never knew
Mike Nelson
about
would bring
this.
his 25-yard trash truck up to the transfer station. He would dump compacted trash in my trash compactors.
Okay,
And it's hard maintenance, so we had 30-year-old compactors that we just replaced a few years ago.
Yep.
They're held together with baling wire. And, we decided at that point that I'm trying to remember, 2002, 2003. We came up with a fee system saying, listen, we're not taking this trash here, it's too much for our facility, and it's damaging our equipment, and we're not getting nothing out of it, and it's damaging ours, so, we had made a fee that they had to take it direct to our landfill. We would pay the bill, and then we would backbill them. And pretty much, they said they were gonna take us to court. I went to court, went down to Augusta in front of the magistrate, and I said, we don't have to pay anything. And he said, oh, no, we're picking it up, we're just providing a service to take it from the person's house, and they're paying taxes to use the facility. Yeah, they are. If they wanna bring it, they can bring it themselves. I said, you're not gonna bring 8 ton and dump it to a machine that's made to take 1 cubic yard of trash at a time. I said, it's costing me tens of thousands of dollars for maintenance. So what happened was, short story, is I went down with the precedent that he's picking up side the road, he's doing trash removal, he's getting paid by the customer to take it away, so why are we taking it up there and damaging our equipment for it? So we found, well, we didn't have to pay nothing. He picks it up, he owns it, it's on his property. So now, what we're doing, instead of paying the whole tip fee and billing the back half, they're just gonna do what they should have been doing to begin with. They pick it up, they get paid for it, they can take it over there and pay to get rid of it.
Yeah, this is,
That saves us 60 grand.
that was insane.
So we've been subsidizing.
yes.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
You're paying for the red trucks.
Now it's the same way.
Yeah, it's that's unbelievable.
If you look at the businesses too, and one of the things under the solid rule 400 that we use for solid waste rules, because special waste is not supposed to be accepted in a transfer station. And I've said this many moons before to other councils, and they decided they didn't want to do it. But what comes in a business in the front door and goes out the backfill is cost of the operation. Where we have businesses in town that Bolster hauls direct and we're paying for the tipping fee for stuff that's not MSW or regular trash, like aluminum turnings and stuff that's special waste, part of the industrial process waste that should be the responsibility of the company. So you'll see on there too that we're gonna stop doing that.
Well, if Bolster's picking up anything,
And that should be a cost to the customer.
that's their problem.
What does that have to do with us at all?
Other than it's coming from the town of Pittsfield, the special waste, it's not even in this.
It doesn't even go to the transfer station?
No, they would try to bring it there, but we're not licensed to accept that.
So they were hauling it to Norwalk.
They're hauling it.
And then just telling us, but we have but there was no way to track whether or not it came from Burnham, Detroit, Elmira, Portland. You'd have no idea. That's unreal.
Oh, my.
I don't want anyone to ask questions about why.
That should be a lawsuit in and of itself. Anyway, so back to the point, that's
great.
a net of $40,000 just by eliminating some of those
I have a question.
asinine.
Why are we
things.
waiting until September first?
Yeah.
Yeah, that should happen immediately.
Well, I mean,
Like,
the practices, that practice.
Or maybe.
No, them charging us,
What's that thing, July 1st is the new budget.
That's like, why makes me feel bad that.
no, why,
people
that should just happen
take care
today.
of that.
The
being
the
taken
hauling
care
of stuff over to Norwalk and tracking it and billing us.
We have a-
Exactly.
Is there a contract?
Okay.
Contract, yeah, I use it for an example, when we
Well-
had our shoe company in town.
We don't need more,
20 tons
yeah.
of scrap leather to go to the landfill every week. And we did it.
Anyway.
Time we were in town.
We don't have contracts with people, right? And so we don't have anything signed with them saying that this is the agreement. This is just our fee, and we can change these fees and we can set when they start. So
We can.
I would say 30 days. You have 30 days notice that your business model is gonna have to change, at least with the town of Pittsfield.
Well, why can't you just send a letter saying effective immediately? Why do they need
I
a
mean,
heads up?
some of those things, I think it should be immediately.
They don't need a heads up that we're not
We don't
gonna be
even-
paying part of their.
Yeah,
tipping
that's
fee
wild.
anymore. And if
And the
matter
other
of
thing
fact,
that-
we would take some
The other
money
thing
back.
that it is gonna save, and I will tell you this, I don't have internet at the transfer station, I'm the one that does the billing, so I've gotta go at nighttime to go do billing. It's just a lot of work, and then I have to chase over 3 or 4 times because they don't pay their bill for 3 or 4 months. It's something we shouldn't have been in for a long time, we should have just making them pay the full cost, they take it over.
Yeah, that's obvious.
You pay for it.
So the small roll off, is that
Okay.
the F-150s that are backing in there and dumping?
The 250s.
Right.
250s.
Yeah, the only reason we assess a fee on them is because the businesses got half of its cardboard, the other half of its trash, and that's really is trash, it's like 8 or 10 trash bags, it's not tons of aluminum turnings or 13 tons of feed dry and.
Right.
It's actually MSW.
All right,
Sorry, I was like, look at the water, I fell asleep.
I didn't know until you started snoring, I'm like, you're really sleeping over there.
are all these changes,
Really taking this
reflected in this?
No, so over and above that.
So so that 40 grand is not reflected in what you just
So our
saw.
budget, so that's
So-
40C.
That's
There you
what-
go.
40,000, put it at the scales.
Job, Jack.
53.
Gosh.
Put it towards the scale.
That's
It'll be
awesome.
53 if it's full, but.
Yeah, but so you got your $30 for stickers, people are.
But there's more than that.
So this,
30.
right, so this is the thing, like, I don't think that we should change the sticker fees because we've already issued stickers for
Oh, right,
2025.
yeah,
We shouldn't change that.
No, the sticker
We
fee will
should
stay
stay-
until 26.
We
Yeah.
should change
Yeah.
it.
don't-
This is calendar.
So we can
calendar.
do
Yeah.
that at our next meeting with an order.
That's what
It's an order, not a resolution, so
yeah.
we can.
But
do
going
it at our
forward,
next
they
meeting.
could be.
Why can't we roll it into a half-year budget like what we done?
We could have.
Where we could, why can't we now? 30 gets you through 2026.
Well, we paid 20 to get us to 2026.
Why are we waiting here?
It goes,
2027, sorry. End of 2026 is what I was thinking.
right.
Yeah.
So you better follow me.
This is just a fiscal year.
It's your turn.
But
Well,
anyway,
So I guess my question is, if people start coming in January of 2026, they need a new sticker, right?
Yeah.
December, they might start buying stickers.
Because we
Right.
So
January.
those
1.
new numbers.
That's,
being
Yeah,
paid.
that fee increase, is that 15,000 and the sticker's gonna hit from July 1, 2025 to June 30, 2026? Is that actually gonna hit in this fiscal year? Or is it gonna be half of that?
Half of that.
Half of that?
What?
So you would say if you've already
No,
bought a
you did fully.
2025 sticker,
What's that?
you have
We
it.
did fully in this budget,
Yeah.
because it's gonna be January
It's
one.
January
All right, all right.
That's
January 1.
Okay,
Yeah, January one is during this current budget. It falls in the middle, so we would recognize that revenue in this budget.
you're right.
Right,
Yeah.
You're right, they will fall.
Craig's still okay, we're good.
So,
yeah,
I just haven't done so.
Yeah.
That's why, I'm like, my
Crank it
God,
up. All right.
so I'm just wondering if we wanna do this at our next meeting, the order would make that sticker pricing would stay the same until January 1st
Yep.
of 2026?
Yeah,
Okay,
Yeah.
yes,
so half year.
that's the right thing to do.
Let's not even say half year, it's gonna be, no, it's gonna be effective 2026. January 1,
January
2026.
twenty-sixth through,
Just
it's
on.
half a
December.
year.
They do now, December the calendar year.
A full year, but we recognize the revenue in January,
Right.
because everybody gets their new sticker in January.
Right,
Yeah.
You get all of it, you get all of
And
it.
then everything else would change within, right after the next meeting, then,
Yep.
if we voted it.
Well, I think some of them might be easier to phase in September 1st, and
Yeah.
some of these would be
yeah,
okay to stop immediately. Because we
Yeah.
have different types of things going on.
yeah. You just, the ones that you wanna stop immediately, you can probably just take off the list.
So we just need to write all that in the order, and we can have it phased out, and then we'll have to do like a PR campaign to let people know all these things are coming.
I think you just post it on the website.
yeah,
Post it
Yeah.
at, post it at the
Next
transfer
Post it
station,
wherever.
post it.
All right,
Is there anything specific about the industrial park trash removal for the businesses that you know about? Like, is there anything different about the way they're structured?
No, most of them, like some businesses, I'll use like, Casella picks up, or Pine Tree Waste picks up, $50. I never see, we never see no bill, we never, they don't target us.
Okay.
But like, I'll use for example, Hancock lumber, Bolster's picks up a 3-ton can once a week and takes it over to Norwood dumps and charges it a pound picture. Because we won't accept it at transfer station. The reason why we want to.
Not charging back to the company?
Anywhere? Like, there's no like ordinance inside the industrial park agreement or anything? Okay.
Nope, and the problem with it is it would be fine if it was MSW, but they're throwing it, have 2 tons of it sawdust and banding and pallets that you're not gonna throw in the compactor, it's special waste, it's not MSW.
taxpayers.
Trade
pay for
this,
these
it's aluminum turning,
trash
a ton of aluminum turning.
It's insane.
How long has it been doing that?
20 years.
It's clearly defined in the solid waste rules, it's not MSW. It has to be handled different, we're not licensed to pay for it.
All right,
They take it to-
Okay, guys. we've beaten the waste removal thing to death. Where are we headed?
We found more money there than anywhere else, and I'm just.
No, I know.
No doubt, this is great work.
Well, that was found before tonight, so we really didn't need to try. We going to debt services, I guess?
Well, did you wanna finish this, Jack, or?
We
You
did.
guys all set with me?
Well, there's some
several
memo-
more
some memo
items.
here, still, there's still some memo items here that.
that result in-
Jason, you and I got the picture part, they're doing the reading.
Yeah,
And it results in significant savings, so you'll be interested.
Absolutely, I'm all about it,
Okay, let's
I'm
go.
all about it, let's go. Who's got
All right,
it?
so on the first page of the memo, we're gonna leave the public works general category alone, so we can do Lancet Street. So going on to the second page of the memo, talking about, transfer station, the first bullet.
Yep.
Transfer station staffing. You have the one that, Tina printed off, she. printed
Yeah,
off.
here, I have another one. You didn't
what
get.
you just gave us.
I have a stack of them, all of them.
Yeah, the ones that I had, were missing a page.
Looking at the wrong one, Jack.
I'm gonna make sure it's the
You have the,
budget.
you have the second page where it says starts with debt service.
No, it starts with proposal will provide.
I'll say proposal.
Right there.
Ah,
That's what
Okay.
page 3.
Next transfer staffing was re-examined.
Okay, so, yeah, proposal will provide, okay. Okay. Proposal will provide, transfer station staffing. We looked at if we could take, one position, I think it's currently a vacant position right now, and instead of filling it with a full-time, filling it with a part-time. If we were to do that, the recommendation would be that we go from 50 hours a week to 40. To make sure that we got enough coverage, where we need it, and then. We would also recommend not continuing to recycle plastics other than number 2 plastic and not doing glass. And so with those 2 recommendations, we could bring transfer station wages down, total of $26,030.
I had a question about that. Didn't we purchase a glass crusher a few years ago?
Wow, tell them. I say that all the time, the guy said, you realize that was 15 years ago? It was 15 years ago. Our new cardboard baler, the horizontal one downstairs, bought, installed 2005, so it's 20 years old. I'm thinking, we just want it.
Our new cardboard baler.
Guys, we gotta stay on track here.
Okay, my question
Yeah,
about
go to
the
the phone.
glass, well, that was the first question, was like, I thought we had one.
Yeah.
And then I remember the conversation at the time was, there was no, market for that at the time either. But at the same time, you used it to rebuild roads and that you had used it as an inert material when you were doing road fill or repairs or something like that. And is that still an option to be able to do that?
We can, but it's labor intensive, it's a cost. So if we're looking at capital costs.
For the
But then
quantity that you
you're-
get out of it,
you're
it's
not-
not
We're
worth
only
it.
getting 25.
For the quantity you get out of it, it's not worth the
Well, that was
effort.
my next question, is how much glass is coming in, because then we're gonna be paying to transfer that over to the Norwich Walk.
Yeah, it's not cost effective at this point. It's got to the point where things are labor intensive and cost. It's also, workers' comp really has a problem with it, because it seems like that's one of the areas that we get a lot of use it. It's really not worth it. It costs us more than what we want to get out of it.
So does that 26,000 in
I know.
savings
So we're doing
include
so
this?
much, we're doing so
second
much
bullet?
less with the recycling.
No.
Okay,
It's like we're moving in the wrong direction by not, like, recycling that.
Keeping everything else, just you want to shave 2 things off for it. And then.
Recycle, you can recycle glass at home, anyway, but you
Wait a minute, huh? Oh, you mean just like,
keep it, reuse it.
So then
Only
we,
use so many salsa jars.
so the next bullet is the fee schedule. Basically, we talked about.
well, I guess, could we agree on that one or disagree
All
or
good for it.
everybody good on that?
Absolutely.
First one's good. Let's go.
Okay.
Yep,
And
you're
then
good.
the next bullet
We
is
agree with
really
that.
everything that we saw on the fee schedule or quantified. We feel that those in a full 12-month period would potentially save 80,000, but we wanted to phase it in and didn't want to overestimate the revenue, so.
Right.
We land that at a total net of 40,000. And so those 3 bullet points, those sub bullet points would be just changes to lines. That would be increasing revenue lines and decreasing some of the contracted the contracts and rentals, decrease that. Because we're not gonna be paying tip fees that we shouldn't be paying, so we're decreasing that. And then we're increasing stickers and user fees. That's all based on the table that we just talked about.
Okay, everybody good on that?
Yes,
All
that
right.
was like, so.
Thank you.
I was wondering, sure the dump one, everyone saw the recommendation is that it would be closed on Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Okay, yeah, I think that's a fine day. Makes sense.
The next bullet just talks about, we had brought up a couple meetings ago about whether we would want to get into a contracted hauling, and not own a transporter, get into contracted hauling. Basically, we got a number for hauling the containers. But at this point in time, I'd put it in the same categories as scales, give us some more time to get down into the weeds of whether that would actually make sense or not. But I just wanted to kind of circle back to that we did figure that it would be, we'd have a $66,500 hauling fee if we didn't do it ourselves.
Just to be clear, they thought that was a good number on top of the 30,000.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, we only owe them
I'm trying to make sure I'm wrapping my head fully around this.
we only owe them 36 now.
I mean, I was starting to do the math.
Alright, so that'll be next year option possibly,
Yeah,
hopefully we can.
Or just to revisit it at least, we
Right.
still might not wanna do it, but.
Sure,
Debt service just came up in a past conversation because it looked like, some of the debt service lines weren't fully being expended. But they actually were being fully expended, but it just wasn't out of the line we were looking at. There's basically a place on the general ledger where some of the principal payments were being made. So it just looked like they weren't being, but they were, and
That's good.
we knew they were because if we don't pay a debt payment, then the bank calls us.
Get a notice.
They had repossessed our water system, so we were good. Yeah.
So,
Still have the excavator, so.
yeah.
okay,
Revenue account was created, and, we can actually show it in the budget, it doesn't show right now. But, looking at year-to-date work that, Donnie tallied up. We feel we could project a $30,000 revenue. And that's based on, just kind of trying to get started in the revenue projection business and revisit it next year, but can add a revenue line in there for 30,000, we feel comfortable. And so everything totaled up to that point for the general fund. Was 123, we didn't do the 120, we didn't do the 27, so we're about $96,000 of savings
that's awesome.
to the budget.
Mhm.
didn't do the
The
27.
do the
27 we
because-
decided to keep,
Oh, yeah, for
So we
the,
can do that.
96,030.
yeah,
okay. Cause you're
that's
doing,
tremendous, that's great work,
you're doing the Lansing Street work.
There's a lot of it.
that's a lot of good work.
Alright,
And then moving on to Travis, last but not least.
He's still with us.
you should have left.
I said.
Oh.
He said we had to call on him, so call on him. Um,
You don't have to be clear, you don't need to, I'm totally fine if you say, yep, we're good.
No, basically what it is it's a realignment. Travis and Annalise went through the lines and looked at, basically how things were coded and realigned them. And also, realigned them and then planned on having a line where they would be charging these rentals too. And that was, the last sub bullet point, increase 7005, 2505 from 3,000 to 9,500. So this is net zero.
Yeah.
This whole bullet is net zero. It's just making changes in the zero.
That's your net zero right there.
There you go, Craig.
I think
Yeah.
this is great, I do.
You got your net zero, so we're good, right? Alright,
And then-
Where to go?
And then the last two bullets
Okay.
are just sort of some of my closing thoughts, I guess, going into the next year is. It would be worth thinking about, we have health insurance offered to full-time employees. And there are a lot of communities that have an arrangement where if an employee opts out, if they're eligible for health insurance coverage, but they opt out. People say they don't need it because their spouse can cover them on their plan. That the town would offer an incentive for them to do that. So if we were to offer a $5,000 incentive for someone who opted out of health insurance, that would save us $10,000 a year.
I feel like the 5,000 is high. Have you,
So it's $15,000 per person. So if they opt out of the $15,000 cost, we'd be paying them fine with it.
is that about the percent average you've seen other places? It's because I've seen this model as well, but that's high. That $5,000 is,
What's high for a stipend opt out? Or high?
from what I've seen, but I mean, you're comparing to a $15,000
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of all over the place. There may be some lower, there may be some.
I was trying to see if I could find any information online, because I'm not obviously an expert in this area, but I think it's a great idea. It's something worth looking at.
Is this, well, this is just for thought, or you wanna do that this year?
We can do it, we could implement that whenever we want to. It's just something that I think, it doesn't cost anything and could end up saving if people have the opportunity to opt out and
Sure.
they would have an incentive to do it. Right now, they just wouldn't have a clear incentive to do it.
Oh, okay, and so would it matter,
This is the negotiation. This is the
like if someone opting out of individual versus family coverage?
You're right.
Okay. Would that stipend would differ? I imagine because their premium would be different?
Well, we only pay. So even if you're on a family plan, the difference between the single and the family is paid by the employee.
Okay, so we're only talking about the single
So the
individual.
cost is we pay for a single plan, 100% of the single plan.
Okay,
And so,
So it says the public sector is on the higher end up to 5,000 a year or more. Private
Public-
sector is
So are we paying that regardless if they opt out or not right now?
600 to 3,600.
well, if they opt out of insurance, then we don't pay for insurance. We don't pay any.
Really?
But people
We
don't
we
opt
do
out.
this.
We don't have anybody that's opting out, but you're saying this incentive might offer them that.
There may be, and there won't be many, but there may be one or two people that have an opportunity to just get coverage with
there
their
you
spouse.
go. Vinny's like, come give me the
And-
$5,000 and I.
And would want to
So,
have $5,000.
That's why I'm still here.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Were you finished with what you were saying? Nothing.
Yeah, so if there's an employee who doesn't need coverage from us, they would have no incentive to decline it.
Typically.
And so if we
Yeah.
say, we'll offer a $5,000 stipend for anybody who can be covered somewhere else and will opt out, that might be enough for someone to just say, I wanna join my spouse's plan,
Yeah,
and we would save in that scenario, 10,000.
I don't know why we wouldn't just implement that.
that's a
I think
really
that's
smart
great.
idea,
Could
yeah,
I speak on that real quick?
yeah.
Real quick.
Like,
Initially, when cause I was on my wife's plan before I came here, and I was okay with that for that first year. And then I found out this insurance plan that we have is much better than what Schwartz Hospital, they go terrible plans,
Uh-huh,
but,
makes no sense, it's true.
yeah, it's crazy. But, so yeah, this year I took it because it's a better plan.
Yeah.
But I would go ahead and.
But maybe $5,000 might push you the other way.
If
Yeah.
we're only saving $10,000, then we're paying two people to get off our insurance rolls. Right?
No,
Well, the
we'd save-
charge
we'd
is
save 30,
15,000.
Spend 10, so we'd save 20.
We'd give 5 to the employee and we'd keep 10.
If they opt out, we save 15, and then but we pay them 5 of that 15.
We're saving
Just by
10,
having them not being covered.
right?
But what if they're currently not on our insurance anyway? You
Okay.
pay $5,000 for not being on the
Well,
insurance.
That's what I asked. You said,
That's
no-
what I was trying
you
to
said
figure out.
nobody was opting out right now.
I don't know of anybody that's eligible for insurance that's not on it, but I could be wrong.
Vinny, what if it's only?
Just Vinny.
You just-
Well, still, 10,000 to
I
save.
think it's a great idea.
I think it's a great idea.
I don't know what the number is, but I think it's gonna be a win, cause I'm with you, I think that eligibility thing is probably not a lot of people that fall in that category, but
I know of a couple of people that are.
that would
I
benefit.
mean, I would think about it, my husband and I split up too, because it makes more sense for what we need, like, yeah. If there was an offer like that, I'd probably consider.
All right. I guess that's, sounds like a good thing
That's
to
awesome, Jack.
implement.
Good stuff.
Wait,
What's
did
the
we get the
last-
last one? Oh, sorry.
It's a,
Okay, well, like.
No, continue the
oh, payroll liabilities. So we do have a line in uncategorized for, it's basically payroll liabilities. And that's exactly what we should be doing, exactly. My recommendation just is to not let that just lapse into the general fund at the end of every fiscal year, but create what we actually mentioned earlier in this meeting, the credit reserve, where it's, you want to have a reserve account, but it's not capital. It would be called credit reserve, and just let it stay there, because that way we can always make sure that our payroll liability are covered, because there could be a year where there are more than what's in that year's budget. And so by having the credit reserve, you basically say it's here. And then you might actually be able to budget less over time because you've just got it sitting.
Yeah, okay.
So those are the two things.
They all make
That's
sense.
staying there.
Thanks for bringing
And
these forward.
that changed that. And, okay. So we got through that and now we have, debt services. Hopefully,
That is what it is, right?
All right, what?
Um,
Yeah, for-
I don't think there's a lot of.
I said there's not much influence.
We did add the one.
Page
thing.
15,000.
Oh, yeah,
Where's debt service?
page 47.
7.
Of the unbound.
Of the large
Of your stapled one. 37.
Which one of those payments did you say we could skip this year?
Debt service.
I thought I heard that
Whatever we
somewhere.
want repo.
That's right.
An IOU, it's as good as cash.
Come and try to take our paving, have fun with that. We going to lock us out, lock our roads?
Anybody have questions on
Not much to say about it,
these? Yeah, I didn't have,
other than some things are gonna be paid off in the next handful of years, which is.
Those with our original.
the only two is like 4505 and 4506. That what we budgeted in 2024 versus what was actually in 2024
Hmm.
was significantly different.
Which one? Which number?
40, the top.
Double, almost like the timing thing.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
It was
I
paid
didn't
in
get
23 and
that.
20.
Or was.
Yeah, cause I suspect that 169 is another, probably another note coded to that line.
Okay.
When I was going through this, it took me a while to figure out what was what, because I was just seeing sometimes it would be a principal or an interest payment, you know, to a different line based on how some of these have been recycled. I think some of these lines have been recycled from one note to another. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I do feel comfortable because I asked for a copy of all the repayment schedules and I just kind of did it from scratch to come to the 2026 column. So I feel like I just actually read it off of, you know, the bank's repayment schedule.
Yeah.
And didn't really go by the past history on that.
Yeah, I see 4519, you actually have a highway excavator lease purchase. And you actually budgeted in 2022, almost 10 grand for it.
No, that was the actual, not budget.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, actually. I don't
Was
know. how
that
you-
the first year that we had, was 2022 the first year?
I didn't know you actually had an excavator. That you leased or you didn't lease it.
That 9790 could be a miscode.
Yeah,
I was gonna say
probably.
they allocated to the wrong unit.
Yeah, that'd be
Yeah,
my
that's
first
fine.
guess.
But you do have the 4519, I guess that's where you put your new lease purchase.
Yeah, that's probably, yeah, that's what. Right there, yeah.
All right,
So that will be the 15,000 you said it was?
yeah, roughly, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You'll have like the. Yep. 15 will be good.
536, 815. Total.
Yeah,
So were you gonna look at doing lease purchase on the lease cruiser or? Just buying it?
I thought, I think we said the interest rates suck, so we would just buy it outright. All right. Is that, you guys good with that service?
Yep.
As far as we know?
I mean, I don't understand. Two, I don't understand, there's nothing we can do about it, but I thought they were 20-year notes, not 10-year notes on the paving. Cause I know that's what we decided,
On which ones?
The CFPs.
08 and 09,
Okay.
Yeah,
that blows my mind, those were supposed to be 20-year notes.
yeah, all the paving. All the
It
paving.
just makes you realize just why we're in the position we're in.
Yes, that's what I said to him a little bit ago. No one should question why we're in this
It
situation.
was just eye opening.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, when you never see these things
right.
in front of you like this.
That, well, didn't want them as a 20-year note, because they didn't wanna pay for them for 20
We
years.
we did the 20 because we said the.
The interest rate was stupid, it was like 1%, 2%. I mean, it was.
1%.
It's so low, yeah.
Yeah.
We
Well,
ran it out.
And you look at the 4507, we did that 20-year. We wouldn't have turned around and done it 10 after
They
that.
were supposed to all be 20 years, cause we said the longevity of the road was 20 years, and why wouldn't we pay it?
Well, CIP
Right.
20, how come there's no amount there?
There's something wrong with that one, looks like there's a
2021, there's
misallocation.
no-
Yeah, that's
Which one?
different.
4507.
4507.
Yeah, I'm guessing that was in 2022, that was, payment,
Well, shouldn't we still have payments in 25 and 26 for if it's a 20-year note in 2021?
There's no budget for it.
I'm assuming they got put into a different unit.
yeah, I'm thinking that 2021 was a line that was created, never actually budgeted for, but it got an expense coded to it.
Hmm.
So I have to go back in the history and see what that 14040 was, but there's not much doubt in my mind that it was, just allocated to something else. Cause there is no 2021.
Wasn't it paving and something else that we lumped together?
There's no dollar amount for
That was.
it. Yeah,
That was. in
well, we did
22.
paving and culverts.
22?
That might have
That
been.
was in 22 or 23, it was a truck,
It was
public
paving
works,
and the
public
truck.
works truck,
Yeah, that was a 1.25.
240 some thousand for the truck, yeah, that was the 2.5.
1.25, yeah. The, okay. Yes, are we good with debt services? We are, general fund revenues.
What page is that?
So just flip the page, we're going to rating the revenue section.
Oh,
All the things?
It's only 20 pages, sorry.
No, it's only 3 pages.
yeah.
Cause we already did water sewer revenue, right, we did at the same time we did expenses.
Yep. Does sale of town property get adjusted if we're going to sell the, Volvo excavator and the police cruiser? Or does that go under other line?
Not actually selling it, right? Trade.
Trade is
Trade.
the net difference is.
So it doesn't show up on that. Is the cruiser's not getting traded in though? That'll get sold.
What are we doing with the cruiser?
I would keep it,
Huh?
I would keep it,
Keep it?
I think so.
I thought we
Don't
didn't
spend
want
money
to have
on it,
maintenance for it.
stress on
We're gonna do mileage.
I'm saying he wins on mileage, but. I mean, what are you gonna get for that cruiser, especially if it needs a
It's not what you
catalytic
get.
converter?
It's not what you get, it's what you put into it, that's the problem.
Which need
That
4
old
grand.
junk like I'm driving up there.
I put the Cadillac converter in it and sell it.
What does he want? Does he wanna have a vehicle pound around, does it make his life that much better to?
Yeah, does he want to work for it, or do you know,
He would love to have a vehicle,
not drive his own?
not very.
It kind of stood out to me when we said he had to put those animals in his car, that's
Yeah, I
not
mean-
cool.
No,
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, but I'm
But
just
all
trying to like
ACOs
logistically.
we've ever had, with the vehicles, the animals in their vehicles. I mean, we've
Curtis,
never had one.
Curtis ACO,
Well,
that's
the prior ACOs also had a mileage reimbursement. And when I negotiated with Russell years, and when I first started, we didn't negotiate a mileage reimbursement. He didn't want one at the time. Not mileage for ACO.
no, he's
She's
only
not getting a
no,
mileage
just
for
for-
ACO.
so he gets
Just what's called for.
standard mileage reimbursement.
He gets mileage reimbursement
On the code side.
on the code side, not for the.
Well, that's silly, why
Animal
are we
control.
doing?
We don't pay him to go and rescue his skunk, and it's.
He has a salary, he has a salary. that's
First of
included.
all,
Well-
he should only be doing domestic animal, and shouldn't be doing anything with this
Oh,
stuff,
sorry.
because that is not what the
Well,
ACO is supposed to be doing.
I've learned recently, a lot of people have that record, so.
So yeah, it was a negotiated amount. That's what it was.
That's why you stayed.
Is that right, Vinny? I mean, why would he So he drives his personal vehicle or?
He didn't wanna keep, at the time, he did not wanna keep a mileage log.
Okay.
That was his thing, because that was the thing, hey, look, if you're gonna get mileage, this is X, Y, and Z, this is what you need to do. You know, and he didn't wanna do that at the time.
Okay, I don't go back to
I mean,
Yeah, me either.
Yeah, I mean, that was his choice. That was because
That's what we wanna know, right?
So for him to drive to Waterville, he's getting zero
he's
mileage.
getting his stipend $200 a week or so, I can't remember.
So
what it is.
why couldn't we look at, right, why couldn't we look at salary increase this year? We had already looked at 3% was done in 2025. We're looking at additional 3% now, what's that nugget cost?
Right,
So-
so that in the car or just?
No, I'm saying pull the salary and give the car. Pull the salary adjustment and give the car, that would be a
We can't
huge,
do that because it's a cost of living raise, it's not
he just got one
tied,
in January.
but isn't that what we're talking?
This is for,
Everybody got one in January.
this is for
because
code
we had a
enforcement.
6-month budget.
which is code enforcement raise, not his ACO.
Right. Well, why would we do anything? He would have a vehicle that he could use full time. I'm telling you right now, if my company said you get a raise this year, or you get a car, I'd take a car every day.
100%. I mean, that's usually like a $5,000 raise.
I probably would too,
I would-
yeah,
So like 10 or 15,000.
yeah.
I mean, I would take that in a heartbeat.
That's the only reason
But
I'm
it's
still
not a
working.
40-hour week job either. It's
Not
not-
more.
That's why I don't understand quite how it works. Like,
So we would lose the mileage, which I don't know what we paid mileage this year, but
Doesn't sound like much.
He doesn't
For
submit
good,
live.
don't apply
he
anything.
does for code enforcement. We signed on a few weeks. We signed on a few weeks.
Yeah, his stipend, yes. Code enforcement is totally separate. That's.
Code enforcement still pay mileage.
Yes, we don't have to decide whether or not to keep the vehicle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's move on, thank you.
Good idea.
Make that
Sure.
something we figure out, and
Stop us
the
from
other
doing
things
that.
around it, we figure that out, but.
We all got sucked in, didn't we? Good job, we'll hold back up, back.
All of it.
What? I talked somebody into a conversation?
Yeah,
Again, I'm good at that.
I'm so tired that I, yeah.
I was
It makes
worried
sense,
about
it saves
the
us
revenue
money.
lines, was my question. Do we know what's happening with state revenue sharing yet? Is this our good?
That's off the state's website, they're on forecast.
So, quick.
Huh?
Walk home. Good night.
What?
Going on. Is that enough?
I saw him anything. Keep skimming over issues.
I have a question about the tree assessing 50,000, what is that plan there? I'm sorry, I moved ahead to under,
Oh, it's down.
yeah, 0125, number 25, tree.
Tree growth,
That's a designation for, land use.
it's, when people have their land and tree growth, they, don't pay as much tax. It's a tax reduction, and then the state reimburses us, for some of that lost tax revenue based on a formula. So.
So that is what it is?
Yeah, I mean, it would vary if we had a big change in how much land people have in tree growth, or if they changed the reimbursement formula. Kind of based it off the 2024 actual.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure why we had such a, well, I mean, 2023, my theory would be that. If people take land out of tree growth, they pay penalties, so there might have been a big landowner that took it out and paid a lot of, I don't know. But I just pretty much based it on, a lot of my revenues are based on, 2024 actual,
Yeah,
just to kind of, I wasn't able to do a big deep dive into revenues when I was putting this together. So a lot of it, I just relied on the 2024 actual, or looked at 2023 and 2022. But
Well, that 84.5 and 24 was supposed to be the estimated
where are we?
on the revenue. Oh, okay.
Which page?
Page 1. That we're talking about right here.
Sale of town property.
That
Yeah,
originally
well, that was a budget. We were budgeting to get 84,500 from
Yeah.
sale of town property. I have no idea what.
It was the excavator.
Yeah.
Originally.
Yeah, that one was. But she was talking about tree growth.
Yeah, I just didn't know what that was, but it makes sense that it aligns with 2024.
Yeah.
So the resource officer, that comes to us from the school district funds. I'm sorry, I'm way ahead on this story.
The business equipment exemption reimbursement, we had. Almost 300,000 in 2024, but we don't have anything listed. I mean, 5 or 26.
Yeah, so that's not a budgeted item, that's actually, when Rob does the tax commitment, he'll actually calculate our levy, and it would be in the tax commitment, so we don't show it on this revenue part of the budget. But he actually calculates it.
That's from the state.
Yes, that's industrial or business equipment that is tax exempt, that the state reimburses towns for in lieu of us not being able to collect the property tax on
Yeah, we went over transfer stuff, so that's good. 2023 for the general assistance, we only got $6,000 back from the state. But we spent like 15 grand, and they were reimbursing at like 90% at that point. So we should have got more like 13 grand versus 6.
But we only spent 300 in 2023.
Which line are you on?
I'm on the
Page
3005, page 5.
Spent
Like,
15
skip
grand.
page.
We were inviting people, we were paying for people to live in Newport.
Yeah,
And it was real smart.
it was to prove a point, I'm pretty sure. But anyway, I don't know if we can get that back at this point, but probably not.
they wouldn't go back, to 2023, but,
Yeah,
it's,
well, we know why we know the history behind it, but
Did all of
we
our,
just didn't get that.
did
Anyway,
all of our reimbursement requests get put in for 24 already, or are we behind?
no, we're not behind. We only had an expense of like $500.
our GA spending went down a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's accurate.
So we aren't gonna be able to use any of the ARPA funds that we have.
What was that?
The ARPA funds, we're not gonna be able to utilize any of them. We had 122,000.
So we utilized that to offset the 6-month budget, so.
And we were allowed to do that.
We did it.
We did it.
Yeah, we obligated it and we did it. And we finished out the reporting, that way. And, we feel that we, obligated the funds before the December 31st deadline. There's other interpretations of that and.
So when we did that, we obligated them. Were they applied to the budget that we passed though? Because I think it was the meeting after we passed the budget. It would have been the meeting after we passed the budget.
The vote was to use it to offset the 6-month tax commitment, so that offset the 6-month tax commitment.
Right, but it was after we actually passed the budget, the first meeting in December is when we passed the budget. So we had already set the tax rate based on that budget, and then we decided to add revenue to the budget. So does that mean that we have a surplus in our 6-month budget?
No,
Because we added more money into it, or no?
No, because actually the tax rate itself was set when we committed taxes, which was in the first week of March.
Okay.
So that was when the rate was set, and the rate was set based on ARPA funds reducing the amount to raise.
Okay.
Any other questions on revenue?
No.
Anybody else?
You good?
All right, hearing nothing.
What do we wanna talk, so what do we do about so the stuff that we did for the transportation, is not in here?
So if, based on, the recommendations that, everybody's agreed on, I can go back and create kind of a
Revise.
revised version of this.
Mhm.
That will have, what do we say, $96,030.
030, yeah,
Those, yes,
96,030.
plus,
Additional.
plus the changes, the other changes, which we reduce the library capital down, we reduce public works capital down, all those changes I can reflect as well. And then print off, an updated total summary budget, for our next meeting.
I think that sounds great.
So
I
we
really
shaved,
like your recommendations, that was super helpful.
so we shaved $161,000 off of $700,000.
Yeah, tonight.
But
We've shaved other stuff in
oh yeah,
past
yeah,
meetings.
we're about 300,000.
So to that comment, should we, when we do present this, should we bulletize everything that's been cut and shaved and rotated and moved and? There's been a lot of effort going to cut that off, and I know the expenses are a lot higher because things cost a lot more, I get that. But I think if people can see, citizens can see what we put into the friggin' thing. It's
Yeah,
not like we just,
how could we do that,
Stamp it
Jack,
if you want.
like, so that it's not overwhelming, but we're sharing the work. Like, in,
Just a highlighted, high
we
level.
can think on it. Yeah,
what are we done, is there anything else here that we can? Craig, is there anything else that we should work on?
Not without costing us hours. Right, I mean, that's at the end of the day.
I mean, we
You gotta start going back, at this point, now you've shaved all the easy stuff, right, we picked the low hanging for the most part, and that sounds funny because we've been here for 4 hours. But we've honestly picked low hanging fruit. These are the easy conversations, the tough ones are now, okay, we still have 530,000, sorry, $1.3 million increase. We're covering it with $850,000 of budget, we're pulling from our savings account, right? And I'm still costing myself $500,000.
I know it's late, but can we, just for like 30 seconds, go back to the first page of the revenue? This tells the whole revenue. It's,
Page one.
page one of the whole thing.
Revenue.
Yeah, I can probably find it.
The original,
Either one, doesn't matter, because that hasn't changed.
page, sorry,
Page
one,
Uh,
okay,
So, yeah,
got it.
All right,
We really beat the shit out of the expenses, I feel like, we didn't even talk about, we did a little bit to increase revenue, but what else can we do?
what I just want to be able to point out is that the revenue issue that we're dealing with is all right in the first section here. If you go back, if you look at section 01-10, and you go back to the 2024 budget,
Mhm.
you see 84.5, which we know was money we thought we were gonna get from the excavator. And then you got 985, which is revenue sharing. And then you got 1587, which is miscellaneous. Then you got $82,000. Then you got 88,430, you got 138,201, 163,823. Hey, those are all gone. Those aren't there. My point is that you go from 2024 being 1.544 to now being 1,000,010. That
Yeah,
it's on the biggest issue, is on the revenue side.
right, we don't have the revenue we
Right,
thought we
it's on-
had before.
but it's fake revenue, right, it was
Correct.
pulling from a fund.
Yeah.
It was pulling from funds, it was never true revenue.
It was never
just
true
connected
revenue.
revenue.
Right,
And so once
Basically,
we
we
get,
took out a loan to pretend we had revenue.
So we're trying to get out of this hole, you know, and Ron, when Ron was here,
That's what
He
that
said-
shit says.
Yeah.
basically.
when Ron was here, so you gotta do this over 2 years,
Mhm.
2 to 3 years. And so we didn't try to bite this all off. You know, we're filling some of this hole with fund balance. We're not always gonna have to do
I'm
that.
not against that, I understand.
Yeah.
I get it. I get it, I just,
When Ron was here, it was very informative. He said it in a way that was very easy to understand. If he recommended that we use the fund balance.
I think what I see is we're assuming all the expense fix in 1 year, but we're not fixing the revenue at the same time. And that's where we're having the disconnect, right? So, like, to me, we're doing the PPI project, was the $200,000, right? There's that. And we're doing bridges and culverts for $265,000. And we're doing what else, right? And we're doing the revow, that's now $130,000 additional. But we're accepting all of that in 1 year, but we're giving ourselves 2 years to fix revenue.
Mm.
Maybe we need to look at that as if we're gonna split it, we split everything, right? So
Yeah.
what do we fix?
That's
This
a
year,
good point.
the
I mean-
$200,000, right? Why are we saving that this year if we know that it's 3 years down the road?
Right.
No, it's not the,
Why isn't it?
it's September, right?
We're paying for the design.
Yeah, the design is
now.
due now,
The construction would be 3 years,
So,
but
yeah,
the design
construction is 3 years.
design.
I
but
get
not the,
So then what do we do?
not our portion of the.
I was all for
Which
it.
is actually already budgeted and approved, you know, that's, the 200 is,
That's our buy-in. We had to put that up.
right, but it was in last year's, in the 6-month budget. That's just sitting there. It's just gonna go to a PPI allotment and then get paid in
And that
6
has to
months
be done by this September.
roughly.
The DOT, so the DOT, needs to know that we have funds committed for this, for them to move forward. So the fact that we've allocated, appropriated funds, and we can say we have funds set aside to do this, they will do this. If we said we unallocated our funds, they'll move on and do a design in a community that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
We're ready to go.
We have to be ready to go.
So when they say go, we're good.
So right now, we're gonna have $200,000. We've already paid for that out of this budget. It's
Yeah,
not-
this
it's not going
is
to
a
this
previous, that was a previous budget.
And I'm hoping it's sitting somewhere getting interest while it's sitting there while we're waiting for them to go.
It's made about $3.
do we have another budget session? So he's going to make all the revisions we talked about today. Bring us a new packet, and it's gonna be awesome. And then do we
Pass.
talk about it one more time?
Well, so we have scheduled the hearing for the 3rd of June.
Okay.
We would have to meet
can,
next week.
we could meet next week,
Or you can make revisions at the
or
hearing.
you can make revisions at the hearing because you can have the hearing and then continue to amend the budget. You just have to have the hearing.
Do you guys think we should meet next Tuesday?
We satisfied with $500,000 increase?
I mean, I don't know.
$500,000 net increase. I gotta say that net.
That's just like-
I, for my mind, cause it makes me angry.
Do we wanna go back and look at things again to see where we could cut? I
No,
don't
we
think,
can't go back over the whole thing. I mean, we were all in the trenches, we know what,
maybe we come back next Tuesday with any new ideas. I don't think we're gonna get any further tonight.
yeah.
If we wanna talk about additional cuts, I think we all go home, sleep, think on it, look at your little things, and perhaps come back next Tuesday with recommendations. Or we say this is it. I'd be willing to come back next Tuesday with recommendations.
I will have a lot to do. I will have a lot to do to get all this stuff updated to you before.
With the
end of
holiday.
day. Before the end of the day, Thursday,
Yeah,
with the holiday to
Yeah.
be teed up for Tuesday.
yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be Tuesday either, it could be any day, but
Another thing to think about is, too, is on the other end, and we kind of talked about this by starting the process early, to leave us a little bit of time. If we have the hearing on June third, you could, back on the 17th, actually pass the budget. You don't have to pass the budget on June third. You could have a
Okay.
hearing, basically say, here's where we're at. And then on
Okay.
June 17th could be the meeting where you pass it.
Is that also a public hearing or is that?
It's not a scheduled public hearing yet, but we could.
No, but would it have to be?
I think you just have to hold.
You only have to-
You have to hold a public hearing on the budget,
Right,
and then you can proceed to pass it,
right.
with amendments.
I'd be good with that. I'd
That's,
be good with that.
yeah,
I think that's.
at least we'll get public input on
Me
some of
too.
that stuff.
Me too. Yeah, maybe we could see, that's a good point.
The only other way to do it would be through a finance committee meeting,
Yeah.
which could be held at any time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can have your.
Well, you can have a council meeting anytime.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying it would be, it'd be easy to do it that way too.
But I know the whole council would want.
Yeah, we'll all
Well,
want,
everybody would come, and just call it that,
Um,
keeps them.
it's same thing.
I have a question though. So we have, there's revenue that's, I'm wondering if it's actually $500,000, because the revenue for the homestead and the business, the Betty doesn't appear there, but we get it, and it's significant.
We don't get it.
Yeah, but it's never part of our revenue budget, it just goes, we get the money, but it's accounted for in the tax amendment. So the tax amendment is lower, anticipating that revenue. It's just that those amounts are actually calculated when Rob does the tax amendment, and you can look at the tax amendment, he'll calculate what the Betty is going to be definitively. It's just not something I can put in here. It's actually, what I do show it on the sheet, you can see how I factor it in on the summary sheet, then I highlight it. So you can see that it's, that it is the Betty.
Where's the summary?
The front page, right after the first page, very beginning, everything.
So. Yeah, on the copy, the color coding has come out very well, but, if you look at lines, 58 and 59, Homestead and Betty.
Okay.
And I just, for these summary sheet numbers, I use the placeholders from last year, but Rob will actually calculate those.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a significant amount. I like the suggestion of June third and June 17th. Good with that?
Good with that,
That game plan? I forgot about the holiday.
The difference between the two is like 300,000 then. If you're looking at the fiscal year 24-25 revenue and the 25-26 revenue.
Gotta go.
Have a good night.
Hi.
Guys, thank you.
Yeah,
have a good one, thank you.
So we have these two resolutions we have to do right now?
Yep.
Okay.
Those. Can be. Set to a public hearing. Anything else for budget items tonight? Good. Alright, we will move on to resolution 2552.
Resolution.
So, hold on, somebody make a motion, please.
No, he's gotta read it first.
Gotta read it.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. No,
Resolution 2552, resolve to move ordinance 2501, 2025. Fiscal year 25-26 capital budget. The public hearing as amended, hearing date set to June 3rd, 2025.
look for a motion from the council.
Make a motion, we adopt resolution 2552.
Okay.
Second, move and second. Go ahead, Kurt.
Why wouldn't we just change that now to the 17th and leave the 3rd for our last meeting? Just reverse what we just said.
We're still doing this public hearing on the third, so we want to hear what they say, and then we're gonna
You wanna do
revisit
it
as
that-
a.
you still wanna do it that way? Okay.
I think so.
Public input might help sway our decisions
Might
too.
help.
Has
And
it
the-
already been advertised?
And the other thing is I had to advertise this.
Oh, you did, all right,
14
okay.
days.
That
Is it on the
part.
website?
Print
I
everything.
believe so, but it's in the paper, but I remember.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Since we're ready to vote, all those in favor of resolution 2552 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, resolution 2552 passes. Moving on to resolution 2553, Jack.
Resolution 2553, resolved to move ordinance 2502, 2025, fiscal year 2025-2026 operating budget to public hearing as amended, hearing date set to June 3rd, 2025.
Look for a motion from the council.
Make a motion, we accept resolution 2553.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor of resolution 2553, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, resolution 2553 passes. Looking for a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion, we adjourn.
Second. At 3.
I know, I was like, I
You guys haven't looked at that warrant, but
yeah, I'm coming tomorrow. Come back tomorrow. Yeah,
Why
thanks.
are we even doing it again?
Yeah, I'll swing by in the morning.
perfect, thank you. Tina, I didn't have to, I don't think they got that wrong tonight.
Alright, Barrett, yeah.
Because I've got this 100 checks there that have to be mailed out. Yeah.
It sounds like fraud, it sounds like.
You think I'm
Open air, shell game.
I'll be here later.
Well, you signed it, right?
Yeah, I did,
You signed it?
no.
Craig, you didn't sign that?
No, there's 3 big questions on there. Big. $17,000 cutter, mower,
A what?
$17,000 mower,
It has revenue.
that never came before us.
I don't know.
Sorry, just, so the questions I had, $17,000 mower that was purchased,
Oh, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
How's the cheese business?
$17,000 mower,
You back on the road yet?
What do we buy?
What was it more?
diamond rotary head, new mower head, serial number installed on customer's New Holland tractor, $17,300.
Oh,
that's
that's the roadside one?
Oh, the
That
bull.
we
Did we do
voted on
that?
Back in.
We did vote on that, yeah.
Maybe that must have been one I wasn't here.
No, that's, yep.
Is that what-
What's your other couple questions?
Sorry. This was more, I want Donnie to start looking this over, or whoever, Matheson Gas. I use them, and
No.